Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we continue on our quest for wisdom. We will be continuing the book study of Mystical Qabalah, chapter 17, as we address the very, very important function of my favorite Sephirah number 3, which is Binah. So, hopefully you're ready for this. I believe this is a long chapter, maybe the longest one in the book. Either way, we're going to get through it. Get ready to take notes. Let's dive in. Peace and greetings to everybody who is presently present. How's the audio? Can you hear me fine? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 5, 7, 28, 30, 40, 50, 60. There we go. Beautiful as ever. Always pushing something nice. Always covered in ice. You dig? Do you dig? Because we're about to dig. Into the science, the occult science. And no matter what, this science can never be buried, hidden, destroyed, lost. It'll always be here. Because there are always people who are seeking it. Great googly moogly. Great googly moogly, that thing is juicy. I think that's how it goes. Anyway, peace and greetings to everybody here. Wraith636, peace, peace. Fat Tony, peace and greetings, my brother, peace and greetings. 9 Volta, welcome, welcome. L, peace, peace. Guru Wiz, peace. Janae Oh Whoa, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings, happy holidays. 0, peace, peace. J Balateo, greetings, greetings. My gnosis, stand on principle. Peace, peace, my God, peace. Void Stranger, peace. Pablo X69 in the building, peace. Kevin Wise, great to see you. All right. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Monique Mitchell, peace, peace and love. Ultra Instinct in the building. We in here. All of Binah's children are in here. Tell you what, this is my favorite Sephiroth. And you might see why as we get into this. So, the title is Binah, understanding. And I'll tell you something that I've recently put together when it comes to understanding, right? And you think about how I've been talking about this springboard of data, springboard of information. So if Chokmah is bursting forth and giving and giving and giving without end, that's a lot of data for Binah to collect. It's a lot of data, to the point that at some point, something new must springboard out of that data. So could it be that's why it's called understanding? Having all of the knowledge to the point that understanding just springs forth? Because sometimes, you can read a book like this 3 or 4 times, and every time something new will spring out. The fountainhead. Chisaja, peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. So the magical image, a mature woman, a matron. Situation on the tree. What's the situation? At the head of the pillar of severity in the supernal triangle. The Yetziratic text, the third intelligence is called the sanctifying intelligence, right? Sanctifying. The foundation of primordial wisdom. It is also called the creator of faith, and its roots are in Amen. Wonder what that means. Its roots are in Amen. It is the parent of faith, which faith emanates. A lot of springboard talk here, huh? Because as Dion Fortune says in this book, nothing can be evolved unless it is first involved. You got to have the raw material before you can create something. Titles given to Binah: Amma, the dark, sterile mother; Ima, the bright, fertile mother. I wonder how it can be both sterile and fertile. Kursia, the throne; Mara, the great sea. God name, Jehovah Elohim. Archangel, Zaphkiel, beholder or eye of God. Zaphkiel. Order of angels, the Air Elim, the thrones. The mundane chakra, Shabbatai, also known as Saturn. Saturn. Who knows what the Vedic name of Saturn is? The virtue, the spiritual experience, right? The actual visualization of working with Binah is a vision of sorrow. Vision of sorrow. Think about Mother Mary holding her son who has been sacrificed, holding her son after they've pulled him off of the cross. Spiritual experience is the vision of sorrow. The virtue is silence. The virtue is silence. The vice is avarice. Avarice. The correspondence in the microcosm is, of course, the right side of the face. Now, the symbols are the yoni, right? I think we all know what a yoni is at this point, especially if Chokmah has as a symbol the lingam. The symbol of Binah is the yoni, the katis, the vesica piscis, vesica piscis, the cup or the chalice, the outer robe of concealment. Remember, Chokmah was the inner robe. Binah is the outer robe. There it is. Shani. Om Shani Chiraya. Shani Chiraya Namaha. Curve, peace, peace. Welcome, welcome. Jai Jagopal, salute. The tarot cards, of course, are going to be the 4 threes, because Binah is the number 3, the third Sephiroth. The 3 of Wands is called established strength. The 3 of Cups is called abundance. The 3 of Swords is called sorrow. It's probably one of the most popular cards in the deck, right? The 3 of Pentacles, material works. Material works. And the color in Absolute is crimson. The color that we are familiar with in Bria is black. In Yetzirah, dark brown. And Asaya, gray, flecked pink. So, verse 1. Binah is the third member of the supernal triangle, and the task of its elucidation will be both extended and simplified because we can study it in the light of Chokmah, which balances it on the opposing pillar of the tree. It is never possible to understand a Sephiroth if we consider it apart from its position on the tree, because this position indicates its cosmic relationships. We see it in perspective, as it were, and can deduce whence it comes and whither it goes, what influences have gone to its making, and what it contributes to the scheme of things entire. Sage Page, peace, peace. My notes says Binah, the giver of life, bringer of death. All the same, right? The sterile mother and the fertile mother. Serious Suit, peace and greetings. Serious Suit 888 says, peace, this is my favorite chapter. Yes, sir, yes, sir. And let's find out why. 2. Binah represents the female potency of the universe, even as Chokmah represents the male. As already noted, they are positive and negative, force and form. Each heads its pillar, Chokmah at the head of the pillar of mercy, and Binah at the head of the pillar of severity. It may be thought that this is an unnatural distribution, that the supernal mother should preside over the mercies and the male force of the universe over the severities. But we must not sentimentalize these things. We're dealing with cosmic principles, not personalities. That's a verse that must go into memory, right? We must not sentimentalize anything spiritual or anything dealing with the occult. Why? Because they're all symbols. They're all symbols that are pointing you in a specific direction, right? So just because Binah is the female, that does not mean that it should be the one that rules over mercy, because we didn't quite understand the symbol if that's what we believe. Look at this line. We are dealing with cosmic principles, not personalities. So it has nothing to do with anyone that you have ever known or anything that you think it should be. It has everything to do with the way that energy relates to itself. Mhm. And even the symbols under which they are presented give us insight if we have eyes to see. Freud would not have quarreled with the attribution of Binah to the head of the Pillar of Severity, for he has a great deal to say about the image of the terrible mother. 3. Kether, Eheye, I am, is pure being, all potential but none active. When a flowing forth of activity takes place from it, we call that activity Chokmah. It is this descending stream of pure activity which is the dynamic force of the universe, and all dynamic force belongs to this category. She says that for a reason. All dynamic force. So it doesn't matter what kind of dynamic force, all of it belongs to Chokmah. So whether we're talking about an explosion of a car or an explosion of something else, it's all the force of Chokmah. Now, if something is exploding, then naturally something has to, how do I say it, be exploded in. Something has to capture and contain that explosion, right? Even if it's just space, which is, of course, a feminine thing. Space, the matrix, matrix. That's a feminine word itself. And of course, when we talk about space, you're talking about the environment. And remember what you said previously about the sexuality of the environment versus the observer. If you don't remember, I'll remind you. If there's something that you, hmm, there's something that you wish to give birth in the environment, you have to be masculine and emit the force into the environment. The environment will then give birth or manifest, as they say. Likewise, if you want to change within, a change on the inner planes, you've got to make the environment masculine and your inner planes feminine. So what that would look like is you set up certain sigils or you do certain rituals. Excuse me, you set up sigils and have symbols around you with the intention to stimulate something on the inside of you to cause a change. Or you do it opposite. Benjamin, peace, peace. Listening and observing. I hear you. I hear you. Peace, Draj Ram. I win. Peace, peace. Jai Jagopal says, how do they control us so much to be slaved away when God has only placed us here to seek and see heaven here only, Master Travis? I mean, well, you have to first identify what a they is. What does that mean? What is they? Right, and it's all about your definitions of these words because it's working on you subconsciously. You say the system, and we'd have to continue going down this line of questioning, but that's not what this video is about. Because you say the system, when you say the system, I'm thinking about Binah. I'm thinking about Prakriti. I'm thinking about Mother Nature itself. But just to jump to the conclusion, it sounds like you're talking about a group of people, maybe some old white guys in business suits sitting around a table planning out your specific future. Um, that's not a symbol in my head, not anymore at least, because I know better. I've learned better. I've experienced better. Sure, there are old white guys in business suits talking about things, but I'm not so sure I would say that they control me. It's all perspective, my man. It's all choice, and it's all about the symbols you have in your head. Yeah, for sure, there's people out there doing things that you could be concerned about, but honestly, who's controlling you but your beliefs and your fears and your lusts? Nothing's controlling you outside of those things. Now, you can be influenced all day long, and you are, but then again, you're influenced by your lusts and your fears. You see what I'm saying? So it's about you, it's not about them. It's about you and how you manage your lusts and your fears and your beliefs. It's not about them at all. It stopped being about them a long time ago. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Justin Simmons, peace, peace, peace and greetings. So we were talking about the dynamic force of Chokmah and the receptive force of Binah. 4. It must be remembered. Oh, and by the way, hell, that's a great example, right? Just to keep going with it. Just keep going with what you said. A symbol of like this Illuminati style group sitting at a round table, um, determining what the fate of the world is. That symbol in your head, would you say that that is an explosive masculine force, or would you say that's a receptive feminine force? Think about that, because that's what you're projecting into the environment. That symbol of a group of Illuminati old white guys in business suits around, a big map of the world playing Risk, the board game. Is that symbol a Hakma force or is that a Binah force? Because look at the response it has in your head. It literally shapes the view of how you walk about your daily life. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, right? It doesn't matter if it's true or not. But yeah, just an example, right? And I'm definitely not picking on you, dude, because we've all been there. I was there. You know what I'm saying? And it was all I could talk about. I had to tell everybody, right? You had to tell your coworkers, had to tell your family members, classmates, and a bunch of other people who really don't care. Unless, of course, they get infected by that meme and they continue to spread it. It's called a mind virus. That's how they control you, through the symbol. Who said, didn't somebody have an important quote about the world is ruled by signs and symbols? That's exactly how. Yes, you have power, but you got to activate it. All right, so enough about that, I guess. But that's a good example. Great question. 4. It must be remembered that the Sephiroth are states, not places. So please, everybody listening, absorb that line. Absorb that line. Sephiroth are states, not places. And I want you to absorb that line, because if you already believe that the Sephiroth are places, it's going to be hard for you to change that symbol. So I'm just telling you now, you're not going to change your mind overnight. But understand, the lady who wrote the book on this thing has had foresight on your shortcomings. Yasad is not a place, right? You're not going to go to Yasad. Hell, Doth isn't a place. You're not going to go to Doth, but it's a state of consciousness, not even a state of mind, a state of consciousness. Mind is also a state of consciousness, and there are many states. There's even states that you won't reach in this lifetime simply because of the equipment that you're using. And there are states that you will reach once you're finished using this equipment. Gotta love it. Okay. So once again, it must be remembered that the Sephiroth are states, not places. Wherever there's a state of pure, unconditioned being without parts or activities, it is referred to Kether. Thus, into these 10 pigeonholes of our metaphysical card index system, we can sort our ideas of the whole of the manifested universe without the necessity of removing any object from its place in nature as it appears to our understanding. In other words, wherever we see pure energy functioning, we know that the underlying force is that of Chokmah. This enables us to see the intrinsic identity and type of all manner of phenomena, which at first sight are entirely unrelated. For we learn by the Kabbalistic method to refer to them according to their type to the different Sephiroth, thus enabling ourselves to link them up with all manner of cognate ideas according to the system of correspondences explained on a previous page. This is the method of the subconscious mind, which it pursues automatically. The occultist trains his conscious mind in the use of the same method. This is also a potentially underrated sentence. Highlight that, memorize it. Hell, write it in your own words. Danny Dibna, peace, welcome. Glad that you caught alive. So look, this is the method of the subconscious mind. So what's she saying? We train our mind to think Kabbalistically. That's what makes you a Kabbalist, a Kabbalist, whatever you want to call it. It's not about anything that you wear. It's not about any title that you may attach to your name, right? It's about how you manage your mind. And let me read this again. This enables us to see the intrinsic. Well, I'll go back. In other words, wherever we see a pure energy functioning, we know that the underlying force is that of Chokmah. Whenever we see a state of pure, unconditioned being without parts or activities, we understand that we're talking about Kether, right? So these are ways right here of looking at the energy behind a thing instead of looking at the surface level of a thing, right? This book is it's a we see the force of Binah operating. It has no the book isn't, I mean, it is black, my copy, but some copies aren't black. Some copies don't have a picture of Saturn, right? It's none of that. But the fact that this is a container of knowledge and wisdom, a container of data, that's what makes this a representative of Binah. You get what I'm saying? So thinking like that, this enables us to see the intrinsic identity and type of all manner of phenomena, which at first sight appear entirely unrelated. So a bunch of things can seem unrelated. On the other page, she talked about the yoni. She talked about Saturn. She talked about the right side of the face. She talked about, you know, all sorts of different symbols that don't have anything to do with each other on the surface. But when you look at how they operate, that's how you're supposed to think. Why? For we learn by the Kabbalistic method to refer to them according to their type to the different Sephiroth, thus enabling ourselves to link them up with all manner of cognate ideas according to the system of correspondences. That's the beauty of it. So when you start looking at the world and just collecting data about where things go, right? Okay, so that over there, I'm looking at the force of Ibera. Okay, over here, I'm looking at the force of Yesod. When you start collecting the data and assorting them in the proper places, what happens is that over time, your subconscious mind is going to start linking all those symbols together. And from that springboard of correspondences that you have built up in your library, gnosis appears because you automatically start to figure shit out. You automatically start to know it. You automatically start to understand it. You get me? So what she says here is this is the method of the subconscious mind. You're doing this all the time anyways. That's why I just, stopped and talked about that whole Illuminati thing. That's a symbol. And subconsciously, we're associating that symbol with power and authority. And we begin thinking things like, oh, someone else is in control of my life. I remember when I first learned about Illuminati and reptilians and all that other stuff in like what 2006, and it completely like canceled any desire to want to go to college or anything like that. I mean, I was going, but like I thought, what's the point? The world is being controlled, and they're about to destroy it, and all these terrible things. I literally I can say that at that age, learning about all that stuff made me think, well, damn, there's no point in going to college. So, like, literally, these symbols can have a profound effect on your decisions. Your subconscious mind is automatically associating different symbols with different things. So why not clean up your mind, right, through the process of organizing it on the basis of Kabbalah? Does that make sense? Danny Dibna says us feeding the egregore, and that's the thing, right? As you feed it and give it strength in your world, you subconsciously pass it on to other people. And when I say subconsciously, I'm not even talking about magical and energetically. I mean, like, literally, you go off spouting about the Illuminati to somebody else, and now they start believing it, right? And now it's affecting their world, and then they send it to someone else. So egregores and spirits, they can be looked at as literal forces. They can also be looked at as energetic forces. You're right. You can see this egregore bouncing around from person to person. You can also see this thought form, this thought virus being transported and translated. So you've got to categorize everything that you observe, and not just things that you see and taste and feel, but also things that aren't quite solid. Those of you who understand cyclomancy, or who are we can say touched, as far as you being psychic or having subtle senses that are refined, you understand that there's certain things that you feel, right? And you can't quite put an image to it. You start to learn how to categorize those things as well, right? Jai Jagopal says, does watching things create symbols too? Yeah, right, because it's already a symbol for you to watch it, and when you watch it, you start to associate it with something subconsciously. So and that's what she's talking about here. Now we start doing it with intention. Now you start doing things with intention. You can sit here and listen to music that talks about doing drugs and killing people all day, and you might start to associate it with, hey, that's how the world really is, and that's how I want to be, even if you're thinking that subconsciously. Or you can say, you know what, this is entertainment, this is fantasy, this is something created to get a desired effect, which is me to have an amusing time as I'm listening to. You can categorize it in different ways. And depending on how you categorize the symbols that you observe, depends on how your subconscious mind is going to move you. So, this is the method of the subconscious mind, which it pursues automatically. The occultist trains his conscious mind in the use of the same method. Incidentally, we may note that whenever individuals are working directly off the subconscious, as occurs in the artistic genius, in lunacy, and in dream or trance, this is the method used. Perhaps you might have seen somebody in an altered state and still be able to do their thing. Incidentally, we may note that whenever individuals are working directly off the subconscious, as occurs in artistic genius, in lunacy, and in dream or trance, this right here method is used. Number 5. It may seem strange to the reader that this digression concerning Chokmah should be included under the heading of Binah, but it is only in the light of its polarity with Chokmah that Binah can be understood. And equally, we shall have a great deal more to add to our explanation of Chokmah now that we have got Binah to compare it with. Each of the pairs of opposites throws light on the other and is incomprehensible alone. Ah, yes. Now the temperature's rising. Is it the information, or is it the coffee? Happy Tuesday, everybody. Happy Christmas Eve. I wonder if Santa Claus has anything to do with Saturn. 6. But to return to Binah, the Kabbalists state that it is emanated by Chokmah. Let us translate that statement into other terms. It is an occult maxim, which is, I believe, confirmed by the researches of Einstein, though I have not the knowledge necessary to correlate his findings with the esoteric doctrines, that force never moves in a straight line, but always in a curve vast as the universe, and therefore eventually returns whence it issued forth, but upon a higher arc. We're talking about a spiral here, right? For the universe has progressed since it started. So that will be why. So she said that it's an occult maxim, and even Einstein confirmed it, that force never moves in a straight line. Force never moves in a straight line. So if you can just imagine that you have infinite space and you got force shooting across infinite space, it is curving naturally. And if you just let that continue, what's going to happen? It's going to come back around and make a circle. But here's the thing, the universe is moving, it's progressing, it's evolving. So when that force comes back around in the circle to meet itself, it's actually on a higher scale. So if that process continues, we're talking about a spiral, right? A spiral. And this is also what creates Binah, because eventually that spiral becomes a cage or a tube, right? Which means that as more energy is projected in it, it becomes a tighter and tighter ring, to the point that if you just go countless eons, it becomes a container. So, like, when they say that Binah emanated out of Chokmah, Chokmah emanated Binah, that's what it literally means. Chokmah built this cage. Chokmah built the cage. The soul itself built the, you can say prison, but the soul itself built the body and the need to be embodied, because it has existed for so long that out of that existence, a springboard of a new type of existence has been unveiled. So, what literally happens is that Chokmah becomes Binah. What literally happens is that Kether becomes Chokmah, and Chokmah becomes Binah, but on a different state. And guess what? If you let that progress, Binah becomes a bridge across the abyss. Ring cosmos, that's what we're talking about, right? Didn't she already describe this in her book, Cosmic Doctrine? This is really deep stuff if you can really conceptualize what's happening here. This is the answer to everything, right? Not only how the universe started, but also how you operate. The fact that your heart beats and you're getting up, walking around, doing stuff every day, that's the Chokmah force. And don't you build your own life? If you're unhappy right now and you're swamped under bills and I don't know, your spouse hates you or your kids hate you or your boss hates you, I don't know, or you hate your job or any of that stuff, you built it over time. The same way that energy spirals and creates its own cage, so to speak. You built it. Now, that's not, condemnation, but that's affirmation, because if you can build something, you can destroy it. In fact, Binah is the giver of life and the giver of death. Let's get back into the text. Wraith says, interesting. So everything is connected from past to present. Yeah, didn't she talk about how Kether is a point? But if you stretch that point out through time and space, it becomes a line. Well, that line continues going infinitely. It has never been broken. The line from, oh my God, now that's some deep shit right there. The line from Kether to Malkuth to the clip off has never been broken. In fact, it's been going on for so long, it creates this point where of Doth, basically, the abyss. But the line has never been unbroken, and you can trace your soul spark back to the original soul spark. That's why I keep saying there's only one soul. There's only one soul, because it can all be traced back, just like your DNA. I think that a religious way of saying that is all men and women came from Adam and Eve. Obviously, a naked man and a naked woman in the garden didn't eat a fruit, got kicked out, and started the human race. But look at what you know now about the occult. Adam being Chokmah, Eve being Binah. All existence is connected to that one line of force extending out of Kether. Oh my goodness. Maybe I'm yapping too much. Let's keep going with this. Force never moves in a straight line, but always in a curve vast as the universe, and therefore eventually returns whence it issued forth, but upon a higher arc. For the universe has progressed since it started. It follows then that force proceeding thus, dividing and redividing, and moving at all tangential angles. You know she's talking about uh, cosmic doctrine. It follows then that force proceeding thus, dividing and redividing and moving at tangential angles, will eventually arrive at a state of interlocking stresses and some manner of stability. A stability which tends to be overset in course of time as fresh forces are emanated into manifestation and introduce new factors with which adjustments has to be made. So you can see that. You can see the force building itself up till it becomes a manifestation. But that force continues, and once it accumulates to the point that it's too much to bear, once it reaches a tipping point, a breaking point, the whole structure collapses upon itself and starts over again. Perhaps there's a way to be artful, artistic with how you destroy your world to recreate it. Perhaps destruction isn't a bad thing. Perhaps things have to be broken, lost, in order for you to gain. Perhaps it's a universal principle. So let's get back to it. Let's get back to it, man. This is some really cool stuff. 7. It is the state of stability which is arrived at by the interacting forces when they act and react and come to a standstill, which is the basis of form, as is exemplified in the atom, which is nothing more nor less than a constellation of electrons, each of which is a vortex or whirlpool. The stability thus achieved, which, be it noted, is a condition and not a thing in itself. Ooh, you see that? The state of the atom, of the vortex, it's not even a thing, it's a condition. Man, this might be the deepest chapter you get in this book. And that's not a bad thing. Peace from Toronto. Well, peace in Toronto. Yeah, yeah. So let's read that. The atom, which is nothing more or less than a constellation of electrons, each of which is a vortex or a whirlpool. The stability thus achieved, which, be it noted, is a condition and not a thing in itself, is what Kabbalists call Binah, the third Sephiroth. Ha, you see? So Binah is it's not just the planet Saturn, and it's not this far out there weird place, and it's not like a computer program like the Matrix. In fact, Binah is why atoms and electrons stick together and make things. Binah is there. Binah is not out somewhere in the sky. Binah is the fact that you have a shape and a form. Like that is Binah. The fact that you have a body and you have a personality and you got a job and you have a family and you've got a country to live in, all of this is Binah. That's why it's the Matrix. It is the very code of which reality is built upon, not some faraway place. It's within, it's not even out there. Ay caramba. Minosis says, this by far one of the most illuminating chapters. I agree, man. I'm listening in. Can't comment much. I'm in the kitchen making nanner pudding. Man, I hope that's the best nanner pudding you ever made. Kyle the God Pod. Peace, peace, brother, peace. Kyle says, what better way to bring in the solstice than with my spiritual big brother? I've learned much about the most with Trav. Oh, I get it. Yeah, yeah, okay. Peace and greetings to you. Thank you. Oh, nice. You're in Canada as well. Canada? Canada. Woodcutter Dave. Peace, peace, peace. Best wishes to you as well. Benjamin says it's all around us. Is that right? All around, within, without. Listen, the fact that you have a personality and memories, that's Bina too, right? If there's no Bina, there is no memories. There is no personality. There are no thoughts. See, a lot of, because, a lot of people say all is mind, right? All is mind. Hell, some people say the mind is all, which is horribly incorrect. The text says the all is mind. Yet, it's not talking about the human mind because the human mind is made out of something. If anything is made out of something, guess what? It had to pass through Bina. Because what did she say about Kether? Kether has no attributes. Kether is not something that can be pointed at. So if it has a form whatsoever, you didn't. That's why Bina is sitting right there on top of the abyss. Because you really have to let go of everything. You don't take nothing with you, right? You don't take anything with you. So there's a notion that, oh, well, maybe if I expand up past the tree, I'll build another universe. Well, where you at? Are you still in Bina building another universe? And that's cool if that's what you want to do. But perhaps at some point, if your pursuit is truth, you want to follow that line back to the point that it has always been, the center of everywhere and nowhere. Hmm. I don't know what's going on tonight, but man, I got something here with me. Where are we at? Jeez Louise. So yeah, that's a cool line. Highlight that. Really think on that. Wherever there is a state of interacting stresses which have achieved stability, the Kabbalists refer the condition to Bina. It's a condition, right? It's a state, not a place. For instance, the atom, being for all practical purposes the stable unit of the physical plane, is a manifestation of Bina type of force. It's a manifestation of the Bina type of force. All social organizations on which the dead hand of unprogressiveness weighs heavily, such as the Chinese civilization before the revolution or our older universities, are said to be under the influence of Bina. So you get that, right? Like she talked about the Chinese civilization before the revolution. She talked about old universities like Hogwarts. She's saying that the heavy hand, the heavy, what did she say? Yeah, the dead hand of unprogressiveness, meaning that those cultures are so ancient, nobody's changing. Nothing's changing. So that's completely the Binah force. Guess what? When things get to that point, you know what has to happen. More Chokmah force pours in, destroys the whole thing, and something new is built. See, a lot of people are afraid of change, but when you see change happening on a big scale, it don't matter what kind of change it is. But when change is starting to happen, that means that the old is falling apart and the new force is pouring in through the cracks. Remember what she said earlier. We must not sentimentalize these things. It don't matter how you feel. You got to observe what's happening and flow with the energy in the way that's going to best get you where you're trying to go. There is no right or wrong. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. I think you better call Tyrone. Sheesh, if I keep breaking it down like this, We gonna be here all the way to Christmas, literally. Patchwork, peace and greetings. Patchwork says, yeah, the spheres on the tree are states of mind, emotions, not literal places. Right, right. I would even say states of consciousness because mind is a state of consciousness. So specifically talking about this is a place that's beyond the mind. The mind is a product of Binah. Don't forget it. The mind is a product of Binah. So that's why you have to transcend mind to even get to the upper triad. You can't even cross Doth with your mind. You can't even cross Doth with your mind. That's why we're learning to let go of it now. This beautiful, shitty ass world. You can't help but laugh at the irony of it all. We accumulate so much just to drop it, just to drop it where it stands. It can drive you mad if you let it. But hey, maybe madness is the key to another state of consciousness. I've been practicing with some things, and I done figured some stuff out. It's difficult to be delusional when you're self-aware. Minosis says, this is why I said the divine feminine can't be suppressed with all these old systems. They break down and building back up. It's all the Binah effect. And look, that's a form of the cosmic sex. The breaking down of the building up. That's all that force going into Binah, becoming a state, a structure. But guess what? Chokmah doesn't stop, right? So eventually, more force pours in, and what was already there has to be broken down to make room for the new. Old versus new. We've entered into a new eon. That's what I think. You still reading Kenneth Grant? Benjamin37, you might want to ask me that question a little bit later. I'm really feeling this paragraph here. I don't want to break my train of thought. But I think if you listen to this, you might be able to pick up something that you could use. Tyrone might be busy. Gonna have to call Jerome. Okay, all right, all right. So let's keep going. So look at this now. To Binah are attributed the Greek god Kronos, who is none other than Father Time. If you know about your Greek stuff, this even enhances the symbolism. I learned about this Greek stuff from Bobby, or I should say Bobby Hemmett put me on the path to learn about this Greek stuff. So check it out. Check it out. To Binah are attributed the Greek god Kronos, who is none other than the father time, and the Roman god Saturn. It will be observed the importance attached to time, in other words, to age, in these Binah institutions. Only gray hairs are venerable. Ability alone carries little weight. That is to say, only those who are congenial to Kronos can succeed in such an environment. And look, this is why governments have to collapse and countries have to, because eventually they start getting old, right? And we're seeing that happen now, where you're seeing only a certain type of person attain to positions of power, right? And it starts to look like the group gets smaller and smaller and smaller, because we're talking about this Binah influence, right? It says only gray hairs are venerable. Only a certain type of person keeps being uh, put up on a pedestal, literally. This is why time is constricting. Time is constricting. It squeezes the last bit of Chokmah, the last drop until there's nothing left. And then what happens? Another explosion. Once Binah squeezes you to the bursting point, that's what it is. So that's why this world has to really break you down before you can wake up, right? There's got to be a time when you break through the fourth wall and you say enough is enough. That's the squeeze, that's the pressure. Speaking of Kenneth Grant, my gnosis, didn't Kenneth Grant say something about Mayat and and you being the egg, the soul being the egg, and she keeps putting pressure on that egg, and you ask for mercy and forgiveness, but that would not be balanced. That would not be Mayat. In fact, she puts so much pressure on that egg that it cracks, and something new is born. Danny Didna says, I'm reading a practical guide to Kabbalistic symbolism right now. Great book. And that goes hand in hand with this one, honestly. I think he refers this book. I think that was his take at this book, honestly. But that's an excellent book. All two of them. All both of them. Patrick says, my old perspectives are breaking down. Been noticing Binah influences in my own life. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what time it is. Some people call it Saturnalia. It's a time to celebrate the destruction. Remember I mentioned that before? I mentioned that on 12, well, my 1212 video. This is powered by Saturnalia. See, I don't know about these other YouTubers y'all be watching, but y'all think I'll be making shit up. Nah, nah, I've studied so much that I know what I'm talking about. It's not just the knowledge that I know, it's the understanding of that knowledge, right? Because we're talking about an accumulation of data and being categorized in the subconscious mind properly so that you don't even have to think about this stuff anymore. It just is. You can do it with one hand tied behind your back. Well, I can, and some of you can. Okay, so let's keep going. I'm over here talking the sass when I should be teaching the Binah. Binah, and this is number 8. Binah, the Great Mother, sometimes also called Mara, the Great Sea. Think about the sea, right? The ocean is an intense accumulation of water. It's an unfathomable collection of water drops, right? It's unfathomable how many water drops are in the ocean. Hell, in the oceans of the world. But from that accumulation springs forth life. Same thing with the earth. The earth is an unimaginable accumulation of dirt and rocks, and from it springs forth life. See, that don't happen with fire, and that don't happen with air, because those are masculine principles. You need fire to stimulate the earth or stimulate the water to create life. You need the air to stimulate the water and the earth. Like we're talking about the masculine and the feminine. It's not just Pornhub. It's happening always and everywhere. Nothing in existence escapes from that. From the top to the bottom, from the rooter to the tutor. Rooter to the tutor. Okay. Appreciate it, Travis. Talk that talk. Thank you, Wraith636. Thanks for the feedback, right? Because this is a two-way street. So, the Great Sea, right? Binah, the Great Mother, sometimes also called Mara, the Great Sea, is, of course, the mother of all living. She is the archetypal womb through which life comes into manifestation. Whatsoever provides whatsoever provides a form to serve life as a vehicle is of her, right? Do we have that understood? Whatsoever provides a form to serve life as a vehicle is of her. It must be remembered, however, that life confined in a form, although it is enabled thereby to organize and so evolve, is much less free than it was when it was unlimited, though also unorganized, on its own plane. Involvement in a form is therefore the beginning of the death of life. Ooh. It is a straightening and a limiting, a binding and a constricting, right? Did I say that? The coil spins and it tightens and it grips to the point that what's inside is obliterated. It is crushed. But let me tell you what happens. Even if there is a tiny, tiny particle of soul, when it is crushed, it explodes like a million exploding suns. That's a comic book reference, right? A million exploding suns. When just the tiniest morsel, tiniest particle of soul is crushed, it doesn't disintegrate. It explodes in an explosion so wild that it destroys the universe. And I tell you what, those of you who listen to Bobby Hemmett used to hear him talk about something like that. He talked about they don't mess with him, the they that we were talking about earlier, they don't mess with him because they understand he's tapped into that soul force. They said they don't know what would happen if they killed him. So they left his ass alone. The soul, when it is crushed, explodes, an explosion so big and so wild, it overturns the universe. And we're getting closer and closer to that point. So when Bobby Hemmett was talking about X-Men powers and all that stuff, he wasn't specifically saying you're going to be flying through the air and sparking Wolverine claws and shit. But he was saying that you will get more and more access to this transformative manifestation power. And we see that to be true. And it's going to continue to accelerate. Something is going to happen. Maybe not anytime soon. Oh, but it's coming. It's coming in your lifetime. It's about to blow. And nobody knows what it is, and nobody will know what it is because it will be something that we haven't seen before. It's going to be something that no one has seen before. But yeah, only those who listened to Bobby Hemmett know what I'm referring to when he talked about that. And just to keep it 100, that's also what he was referring to when he's talking about melanin. He was not talking about pigments in the skin. Although that's what people wanted to hear and that's what kept them around, that's not what he was talking about. Bobby knew his stuff, but he also knew how to communicate and how to make things stick. Chokmah force. Anyways, whatsoever provides a form to serve life as a vehicle is of her. It must be remembered, however, that life confined in a form, although it is enabled thereby to organize and so evolve, is much less free than it was when it was unlimited, although unorganized, on its own plane. Involvement in a form is therefore the beginning of death, the beginning of the death of life. It is a straightening and a limiting, a binding and a constricting. Form checks life, thwarts it, and yet enables it to organize. Seen from the point of view of free moving force, incarceration in a form is extinction. Form disciplines force with a merciless severity. Now you see why she's called severity, the pillar of severity. Not because she's mean, but she's going to break down life force until it explodes. Gosh, there's no way to get away from the sexual phrases. Till it explodes within her. And then a new birth takes place. So she literally captures a piece of soul and squeezes it until it explodes. And it completely reorganizes her into something new. Are we seeing how this goes? Yes, we are. 9, the disembodied spirit is immortal. It is immortal. It cannot die, right? So I talk about that squeezing and that crushing. Really, from a different angle, what's happening is that it's overwhelming Binah. She's not squeezing it. It's growing to the point that she has to explode. And it depends on which angle you're looking at it from. If you're within manifestation looking up, if you're outside of manifestation looking down, you're going to see the same process, but it's going to be you would describe it and explain it in a different way. So the embodied, the disembodied spirit is immortal. There is nothing of it that can grow old or die. But check this out: the embodied spirit sees death on the horizon as soon as its day dawns. We can see then how terrible must be the great mother. We can see then how terrible must the great mother appear as she binds free moving force into the discipline of form. She is death to the dynamic activity of Chokmah, The Chokmah force dies as it issues into Binah. A little death, petite mort. Ever heard of that? Form is the discipline of force. Therefore is Binah the head of the pillar of severity. 10. We may conceive that the first cosmic night set in, the first pralaya, or sinking of manifestation to rest, when the supernal triangle found stability and equilibrium of force with the emanation and organization of Binah. All was dynamic before, all was forth rushing and expansion. But with the coming into manifestation of the Binah aspect, there was an interlocking and stabilizing, and the old dynamic free flow was no more. 11. That such an interlocking and consequent stabilization was inevitable in a universe whose lines of force ever move in curves is a foregone conclusion. And we can see, if we observe how the Binah state was the inevitable outcome of the Chokmah state in a curvilinear universe, that time must move through epochs in which either Binah or Chokmah predominate, right? Before the lines of force had completed their circuit of the manifested universe and begun to return upon themselves and interlace, all was Chokmah, and dynamism was unrestricted. After Binah and Chokmah, as the first pairs of opposites, had found equilibrium, all was Binah, and stability was immovable. But Kether, the great emanator, continues to make manifest the great unmanifest, right? It continues to pour the unmanifest through itself and makes it manifest. Force flows in upon the universe, and the sum of the force is increased. More force, more force, more force. Just imagine how many times this has happened. See, we think that it's only happening once or this is the first and only time, but just imagine how much information has poured into this existence of ours and been obliterated and recreated and destroyed and recreated and destroyed so many times that it's almost like when you're planting crops, right? You got to break up the soil, and maybe for a year you plant carrots, then the next year you plant potatoes or something. I don't know. But the purpose is to give the ground different nutrients. So just imagine all the ingredients that came into creating what you call life today, right? Imagine, because they talk about dinosaurs or they talk about these little organisms crawling out the sea, out the ocean. Like the whole breakdown and rebuilding has been happening for eternity. And we are the final result of that, the end result of that, the current result of that. And at the same time, there's new forces that have been introduced that we've never seen before all the time. That's why Binah has to break down, because Kether is always pouring in something new. So this reality has to break down because something new is here and it's looking desperately for a form to take. You putting this together on a higher level. There's something that's looking for a form. Hell, perhaps these little UFOs you're seeing in the sky, perhaps they're not what you think they are at all. What if these are the current manifestations of a new force seeking to give birth to itself, right? It's looking for a form to exist. Who knows? And I mean, it matters, but it doesn't really matter to us too much, right? We've got to finish our round before the next one can really be of use to us. I could keep going, but I will not. Oy vey. 10. Nope, we're here. This inflowing force oversets the equilibrium that is arrived at when Chokmah and Binah have acted, reacted, and come to a stop. By the way, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Roger, Thomas. So you're the man, Trav. Info always hits. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. And by the way, if you guys are enjoying this content, go ahead and hit the like button. It's free. It helps. Maybe YouTube will decide that they need to remonetize me because so many people are here tuning into the info. Let's keep going. Gooners! Oh, wow. I'll never think of UFOs the same. Edging until they find a form to manifest in. That's terrible. That's terrible. But hey, nothing is true. Everything's permitted. Wraith636 says, Brother Travis, would you say chaos and order is only opposite by name, but services the same purpose? Absolutely. Absolutely. And honestly, I think they are the same thing, just from a different angle. Because chaos is not chaos when you change perspective, right? You can either zoom out and see a pattern, or you could zoom in and find a pattern. Chaos, I would say, is order unrecognized. And guess what? Order is chaos unrecognized. Because what looks like order might just be an illusion. You know, how many people in your life, as you look around, you think, oh, yeah, they got their shit together. They got their life together. I wish I could be like them, right? They got it together. I wish I could be like them. That's only a perspective. Because what if really what's happening is chaos? Then they make it look good. I mean, that's all of us. None of us know what the fuck's going on. And none of us have it in order. But we can make it look that way, right? How many people are smiling out in public in front of people's faces, but you go home and you're crying, bawling your eyes out, trying to figure out how to make this shit work? It's all perspective. It's all perspective. Thomas and Roger. Thomas and Roger. I can't think of anything for Saba. All right, now let's get this text. So this inflowing force oversets the equilibrium that is arrived at when Chokmah and Binah have acted, reacted, and come to a stop. Action and reaction commence again, and the Chokmah phase, a phase in which dynamic force predominates, supervenes upon the static condition, which is Binah, and the cycle proceeds once more. Equilibrium between the pairs of opposites being arrived at in a more complex form, on a higher arc, as it is called from the evolutionary point of view, only to be overset again as the ever emanating Kether weighs down the balance in favor of the kinetic principle as opposed to the static principle. So check that out: kinetic masculine, static feminine, simply because we're talking about energy moving or energy being contained. Literally, that's all there is to it. Ain't nothing more to it. In fact, there is more to it, but that's all found lower down on the tree, because that's when things start to get mixed up and intermingled. Name thanks glory says, and saying, repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Matthew 3:2, King James Version. Hell yeah. Kevros SS God, peace and greetings. Nothing to it but to do it. 12. It will thus be seen that if Kether, the source of all being, is conceived of as the highest good, right? Check this out. Now we're going to get into Adam and Eve, or I should say Saturn or Satan, or why the feminine has always been seen as something to be conquered and subdued, right? Now we're going to see why everybody blames Eve for making Adam eat that forbidden fruit. So I guess our Christian friend is just on time. It will thus be seen that if Kether, the source of all being, is conceived of as the highest good, as it inevitably must be, And the nature of Kether is kinetic, right? And its influence is forever inclined towards Chokmah. It inevitably follows that Binah, the opposite of Chokmah, the perpetual opposer of the dynamic impulses, will be regarded as the enemy of God, the evil one, right? See, simple minds can't comprehend when I say there are no enemies, right? There are no enemies. But somebody will say, well, what about what they doing to us in the streets? And what about the GMO food? You know, etc. ad nauseum. No, 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 no. We're talking about perspectives. Bill Gates is buying up all the farms. Well, that ain't evil to him. I'm sure that's the best good that he can conceive of, which is why he's doing it. Right? There are no enemies. There's attachments though. There's attachments though. But let's keep going, right? So we must see Binah as the perpetual opposer of the dynamic impulses, simply because Kether's pouring his love towards Chokmah will be regarded as the enemy of God, the evil one. Saturn, Satan, is an easy transition, right? Just take that R out. Saturn, Satan. And so is time, death, devil, right? Father Time with the scythe, death, the grim reaper, right? The devil, the opposer of life, what everyone's afraid of. You should be afraid of what you call good. But damn, didn't Bobby Hemmett come in with the what if God was the devil and the devil was God? Vice versa, Pastor Troy? Somebody knows that. Useless familiar, peace, peace. Jai Jagopol says perspectives bring symbols. I got you. Excellent. Or other opposite. Right, right, right. So let's keep going. Look, 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 look. Implicit in the ascetic religions, such as Christianity and Buddhism, is the idea that woman is the root of all evil, because she is the influence which holds men to a life of form by their desires. Isn't it funny how we can blame someone else for our desires, right? We blame somebody else because we have desires. Isn't that funny, right? Not even funny, haha, but ironic and strange. Yet, it is cosmic. This is why we think that women are, this is why we're taught that women are evil, that the feminine is a bad thing. You got to understand, because look, we just talked about these symbols, right? You got to understand the programming. How do you think it programmed people through thousands of years that Adam uh, was tempted by Eve to eat that fruit? What do you think that did to people subconsciously for thousands of years? Damn, it's that bitch Eve's fault. All women are evil, right? Not even realizing or under. See, and here's the thing: it doesn't even matter if we take the story literally. The subconscious mind does. So back to my statement I made about like saying listening to music that's talking about, I don't know, doing drugs and killing people and all types of things. Perhaps the only way to stop feeding the egregore is to stop feeding yourself with that type of symbolism. Who knows? Who knows? Hmm. Jai Jagopal says, how would I get you to mentor me? Well, to be honest, it will probably involve some funds, but I do offer classes and I do offer consultations, whichever you feel are the easiest way for you to go about doing that. Wraith 636 says, it's funny how the creator that takes most, funny how the creator that creates takes the most of the blame. Mhm. And also keep in mind, for those of you who know the Vedic stuff, we're talking about Prakriti here as well. All right, so this is a great lesson. Let's keep going. So, implicit in the ascetic religions, such as Christianity, hell, and Buddhism, is the idea that woman is the root of all evil, because she is the influence which holds men to a life of form by their desires. And with that last line right there, think about how in some religions they make the woman cover up completely from head to toe, just the eyes sticking out, right? For what? So that she doesn't tempt his desires. That's wild to me. But hey, that's how we operate on this planet, right? Matter is regarded by them as the antinomy of spirit in an eternal, unresolved duality. Christianity is ready enough to recognize the heretical nature of this belief when it is presented to it in the form of antinomianism. All right, I'm not gonna front. I'm gonna need to look that up. Antinomianism. Somebody give me the definition of antinomy. 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 Otherwise, I think I'll go to Google and get it myself. Patrick says, Isaiah 45:7, I form the light and I create darkness. I make peace and I create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. He told you right there in the Bible. That's wild, boy. He told you right there in the Bible. Lord, please protect me from evil. Listen, man, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and I create evil. So how am I gonna protect you from that? Thank you, John P. Antinomianism is a theological doctrine that rejects the idea that Christians need to obey moral laws and instead emphasizes that salvation comes from grace. Okay, okay, interesting. So salvation isn't through following specific cultural rules, it's from grace. All right, I'm familiar with that. Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. The feminine creates life in the womb, but doesn't get the recognition of being the creator. Interesting. Yeah, yeah. And we see these things starting to change very slowly. Why? Because the tide is being overset. And it's not humans aren't doing it, but we are the expression of the tide being overset. What she's talking about here, she's talking about the energy coming through and changing the tide. Sometimes existence is masculine, sometimes existence is feminine, and it goes up and down. We can see right now that there's a transition happening. It's not, not people doing it. It's not about people. It's about the energy. Iwin says, but the man gives the seed. Absolutely. Chokmah gives the life to Binah. Or does Binah take it? All did he? Patrick says, I'd also like to point out that praying for protection from evil doesn't do much. Evil is just the opposite polarity to one's own idea of good. Right, right. And if you know your Christianity, you're not supposed to be begging God for anything. God has already done everything he's going to do. It's up to you to understand how to ignite it in your life, right? God already did everything. Christ already did everything. You're here now. Your job is to figure out how you're supposed to make this stuff work, not begging God to fix something. That's why these types of prayers don't work. But it works when you get up and do something. We need to keep it going, man. We need to keep it going. My notice says, I'm under the impression that no man or group is running this shit. Just running around this motherfucker. It's these forms and forces. Absolutely, my man. Absolutely. I thoroughly believe that. And at this point, no one can convince me of it. Because to think that the people are running this thing is to put mankind as the highest entity. But when you read this stuff right here, you start to see that mankind is only a byproduct of a much, much more intricate process. That's why I keep saying that it's not a group of old white men in suits controlling the fate of the universe. They are expressions of energy too. That yeah, they might be actually doing that, but this is not. It's not them. It's not from them or for them or any of us. The energy flows, and here we are believing that we have free will. I know this is very unpopular, but we are influenced by our lusts and fears. Where do those come from? You know, my good friend Apollo Soul mentioned to me earlier today about how they're doing these new experiments on sperm and eggs, right? Before they thought that it was all the eggs. Again, it's all the woman's fault. They thought it was all the eggs. And if there was a problem with the eggs, that would cause problems in the genetics of the child. But through experiments they've been doing, they've been finding that, for example, they have these mice, these rats, and they cause them to be afraid of, I forgot what it was, cherry blossom or some specific plant, very specific. They would do certain things and make them afraid of this plant. Within one generation, not two, three, or 10, within one generation, those male rats or mice that impregnated the females and had these babies, they automatically had this fear of that same plant. They automatically had the fear within one generation. And it was through the imprint, the energetic imprint on the male's reproduction. So think about how that happens with us. You got your daddy's nose, you got your mama's eyes, you got your mama's lips. Shake what your mama gave ya. Right? These things are passed through. But anyways, I think that's an amazing thing that within one generation they could be manipulated like that. So just imagine what's happening on a mass scale that we are consuming as far as media or food, right? Imagine what we're consuming on a mass scale. And what if these things could manipulate the very next generation of offspring? I'm telling you, Nikola Tesla says you will witness man-made horrors beyond your. You may live to witness man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. Oh, it's today. We are here with that. It's exciting too, isn't it? But come on now, we got to keep going. We got to keep going. Patrick says most people don't understand Christianity. If they did, they would practice Hermeticism. Facts, bro. Facts. Okay, thank you, Ultra Instinct. So yeah, antimonianism. Antimonialism. That's where we're at. That's a great one. J. Ball Hill says, I stopped hating on cities thinking they were worse than natural beauty when I realized they were still an extension of Mother Nature. Facts. Smog is an extension of Mother Nature, right? Them dark, cloudy skies of all the gas and shit coming out. Good night, Woodcutter Dave. Thanks for joining us. Jai Jagopol says, Leader Pedo's doing horror for sure with P. Diddy. Oh yeah, right. Like I said, I'm not saying that people aren't doing things, but guess what? Hate to hear it, but that is also an expression. There's also an expression of forces of energies. Anything that is happening down here is an expression of energies. Now, as far as the leader part, he might have been a leader in the music industry, but I guess in a roundabout way that comes back to you because P Diddy is responsible for many popular musicians throughout the time that he's been out of jail. So yeah, he most certainly was probably the main gatekeeper for a long time. Anyways, way off topic. Let's get back to this. So antinomianism. Antinomianism. I'll read that again. So Christianity is ready enough to recognize the heretical nature of this belief when it is presented to it in the form of antinomianism. But it does not realize that its own teaching and practice are equally antinomian when it regards matter as the enemy of spirit. It's not by works that you can be saved, but by grace alone. What does that mean? That means that there's literally nothing you can do to get to heaven. There's nothing you can think or nothing to say. It's not something that you earn. It's what you are. You either are saved or you're not. You're saved or you're a sinner. You're saved or you're a sinner. It's your choice. And that, I know that sounds real easy, but your choice is also affected or infected by your lusts and your fears. A lot of people punish themselves every day because they believe they are a sinner. They identify with that sinner, and they don't know what to do to be saved. Where we at? So yeah, as far as matter as the enemy of spirit, what I've been talking about for the longest time is not identifying with matter, that non-attachment type stuff. This is where it counts. You're either saved or you're a sinner. Those are your choices, and as such, to be abrogated to overcome. This unhappy belief has caused as much human suffering in Christian countries as war and pestilence. Damn. Thank you, Wraith636. Great session tonight, Brother Travis. Feeling it, man. There's some strange and interesting energy here. I'm just gonna let it flow. 13. The Kabbalah teaches a wiser doctrine. To it, all the Sephiroth are holy, Malkuth equally with Kether, and Gibra the destroyer with Chesed the preserver, equally holy. Just like what J. Baldhill said, you want to talk about natural beauty of Mother Earth? You don't have to go anywhere. It's right there in your bedroom. It's right there in your front lawn, backyard. It's the luscious green forest. It's also the brick city. Everywhere you want to be. To it, right? This wiser doctrine of the Kabbalah, all the Sephiroth are holy. Malkuth equally with Kether, and Gibra the destroyer, the burner of God, with Chesed the preserver. It recognizes that rhythm is the basis of life, not a steady forward progress. Man, it's about rhythm. It's supposed to change. It's supposed to fall apart. It's supposed to be built back up again. You cannot be depressed and give up on life when you understand that this thing must flow up and down. And talk about that antinomianism. Thank you all for giving me that definition. It's not even it's not your fault, right? There's also nothing you could really do to be super spiritual other than just be super spiritual, right? You either can be it or you can keep trying to get there. Mm, there's something to that. There's something to that. If we understood this better, how much suffering we should save ourselves. For we should watch the Chokmah and Binah phases succeeding each other, both in our own lives and the lives of nations, and would realize the deep significance of Shakespeare's words when he says, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune." Woo. Now, that might be a double entendre, because why did she pick that, Miss Dion Fortune? There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Perhaps you're a very special individual to become privy to this information, right? Like Elijah Eternal said, maybe this channel found me. He said, so grateful to find this channel. Maybe this channel found me. Maybe Dion Fortune found me, found us, right? Maybe the occult finds you when you're ready for it, when you have the inner makeup, right? When you have the raw material, the occult finds you. L says, sounds like let the floodgates open to me. Mm. If you can, and see, look, this is why this is why it's important for us to identify this changing of the tide. Why it's important for us to identify what cycle we're in and what phase of the cycle. Because when it's a drought, you better have something to drink. And when it's a flood, you better have your cups out, right? I like that. Ultra Instinct says, reminds me of an old girlfriend when she said, there's nowhere to go and nothing you have to do. Mm. Care Bear Bard of Cards. Peace. Welcome. Care Bear Bard of Cards says, hi Travis. Hi all. There's no such thing as coincidence. Similar vibrations find each other. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Sunshine. Peace. Sunshine says, new describer. 508 in South Africa. Oh my. Merry Christmas, right? I mean, I don't know if you celebrate that in South Africa. Maybe you do. Anyways, peace and greetings. Let's keep going. 14. Binah is the primordial root of matter. But the full development of matter is not found till we arrive at Malkuth, the material universe. So you see that? Binah is the primordial root of matter. But the full development of matter is not found till we arrive at Malkuth, the material universe. So I want you to really keep that image in your head when she talked about Kether was a point, right? And first of all the Sephiroth are states of consciousness. They're states. They are not places. So there is a state of consciousness, a state of existence where it's when it's just a point in space, just a point in the middle of nowhere and the center of everywhere. But then there's another state where that point becomes a stretched out line. Now, as we know, in this particular universe, all energy curves. Nothing is straight. There is no straight. All energy curves. That's why universes and galaxies are shaped the way that they are. That's why planets are shaped the way that they are. So we can start as a point, but at a different state of consciousness, that point becomes a line that extends. And given all the time in the universe, that line is going to extend and curve and come right back around to the point that it came from, the fountainhead from whence it has issued forth. But here's the cool thing. Since the universe is expanding, evolving, that line doesn't touch the point. It doesn't become a circle. It actually becomes a spiral because that original point has now shifted, moved, or maybe the energy has moved. Either way, it's not going to meet, right? It's kind of like the aurora boreals, but it continues and it continues. And there's a state where that spiraling and continuing keeps on going until that spiraling isn't just a line anymore or a circle. It's more like a tight coil, like a tube, even, right? Like a ring, even. And once that solid collection of energy is formed, it becomes another state. It now becomes Binah. Now it's this collection of experience, collection of energy. And by the way, that point is continuing to push out more of itself. But this is the primordial beginnings of matter, not quite matter yet. Because if you fast forward and go down the rest of the tree, that eventually becomes planet Earth with trees and cars and people walking around. But all of it is still an extension of that original point. That's what it means by there's nothing you can do to be saved. You just have to have its grace, right? There's nothing you can do. You have to be it. Because that comes with recognizing that you are still a part of that spiral that came out of that point. Because if you don't believe that, then you believe that you are what the world has created. You believe that you're matter. You believe that you are this coil of energy that's going around in chaos. So keep that image. Keep something like that image, right? So look, Binah is the primordial root of matter, but the full development of matter is not found till we arrive at Malkuth, the material universe. We shall see repeatedly in the course of our studies that the three supernals have their specialized expressions on a lower arc in one or another of the six Sephiroth from which form the microprosopus. It is repeatedly said of these that they have their roots in or are reflections of the higher triad, and these hence have a deep significance. Binah links with Malkuth as the root with the fruit. So this matrix that's being created due to the spiraling of force, that's the root. And what you have here is the fruit. Funny that the actual root of the tree is found in the third emanation. Cool beans. Cool beans. This is indicated in the Yetziratic text of Malkuth, in which it says, "She sitteth upon the throne of Binah." It is for this reason that a hard and fast attribution of the gods of other pantheons to the different Sephiroth is impracticable. So what that means is, don't go to some other system and say, oh well, this god is this Sephiroth, this god is that Sephiroth, this god is this Sephiroth. You can kind of do that, but understand that there's more to it. It's not cut and dry. This is why you're going to see Isis in like 3 or 4 places on the tree, right? Because what Isis actually represents is something that's way more complex. Now, Isis is related to Binah. That's why I mentioned that. But she's also related to Malkuth and other places. Let's get into that. She sitteth upon the throne of Binah. Who? Right? Who? So look, aspects of Isis are to be found in Binah, Netzach, Yesod, and Malkuth. Wow, right? Aspects of Osiris are to be found in Chokmah, Chesed, and Tifereth. Doesn't that make sense? This comes out clearly in Greek mythology, wherein the different gods and goddesses are given descriptive titles. And here's a powerful thing to understand. They didn't just create these gods to explain the weather. They were understanding these forces and this movement of energy. Someone came into an understanding of these very forces that we're reading about. And they didn't come up with Tree of Life. They created their own pantheon to describe these relationships of energy to their culture, to their people. This is how gods come into existence, by human beings identifying the different energies of the universe and creating a form for them to exist in. Which is why you can backtrack now and place every god from every culture onto this tree somewhere. Because every god and goddess and angel and all that stuff, demon and devil, every single one of them came out of the identification of these forces. All of them. All of them. So this comes out clearly in Greek mythology, wherein the different gods and goddesses are given descriptive titles. For instance, Diana, the moon goddess, the virgin huntress, was worshipped at Ephesus as the many-breasted. Venus, the goddess of female beauty and of love, had a temple where she was worshipped as the bearded Venus. These things teach us some important truths. They teach us to look for the principle behind the multiform manifestation and to realize that it assumes different forms on different levels. Life is not quite so simple as the uninformed would like to believe. So, boom, right there, when she's talking about the many breasted Diana, what that's showing you is that, yes, she is the moon goddess, but she's more than that too. She can take several forms. Shub Niggurath, the goat of 1,000 young. And it talks about here Venus and a bearded Venus. Like, why is there a bearded Venus? Why? And it's showing you that that same energy manifests through different forms. It's not just because somebody decided to come up with that for no reason. I know nothing says, how did Mary and Joseph get to Bethlehem? Virgin Airlines. Womp womp. Nice. 15. The meaning of the Hebrew names of the second and third Sephiroth are wisdom and understanding. And these are curiously balanced, one against the other, as if the distinction were of primary importance. Wisdom suggests to our minds the idea of accumulated knowledge. Hmm. Wisdom, right? We're talking about wisdom. Wisdom suggests to our minds the idea of accumulated knowledge, of the infinite series of images in the memory. Mhm. But understanding conveys to us the idea of a penetration into their significance, a power to perceive their essence and interrelation, which is not necessarily implicit in wisdom, taken as intellectual knowledge. Thus, we get a concept of an extended series, a chain of associated ideas in relation to Chokmah, which at once correlates with the Chokmah symbol of a straight line. But in regard to understanding, we get the idea of synthesis, of the perception of significances, which comes when ideas are related one to another and superimposed, metaphorically speaking, one upon another, an evolutionary series from the dense to the subtle. Thus does the idea of the binding together Binah principle come once again to our minds. Ha, literally. So this is also why Binah is a representative of the subconscious mind, because that's how she works. This is what it means when they say time is cyclical, not linear, because this stuff goes around and around and certain themes repeat themselves. I mean, hell, the week is a circle from Sunday to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and it starts over again. That's a loop. Look at the year. We're at December. We're getting very close to December 25th. It's a loop. January to December is a loop. It's a ring. It's a circle. And it's a predictable circle, because why do we have these holidays? Because we know that when we get to that point of the circle, of the loop, there's a specific type of energy present, right? We know that when it gets to be around this time, the sun goes down and it's at its lowest point for 3 days, that type of thing. And then it's reborn again. You can see the North Star and the three kings pointing at the right. Like all that stuff is showing you in your face that time is cyclical. Reality is cyclical. It's a cycle, it's a circle. It goes around, and every time we get to certain points, certain energies are more prevalent than others, right? It will help you to think of time as cyclical, because thinking of it as linear, it's causing you to manage your collection of memories and experiences in a painful way. You're stacking and you're stacking and you're stacking. I would even think that that would cause someone to age faster than they need to. Hmm. Maybe that's one of the magic spells they put on us. But look, even your day is a cycle, sun up to sundown. Like, it's literally a circle. It's a circle. Even you have certain energy that peaks or is at a low point during the time of day. If you can look at reality as a circle, you'll find that that's way more in tune with your subconscious, but also in line with how things actually are. Elijah Eternal says, better yet, no timeline. And that's the goal, honestly. But it's difficult to do when you have things, that's expected of you. But I mean, shit, that's the goal for me too. Gradually, piece by piece, it's already the thing for me. I already think of the year as a circle, months as a circle, the week as a circle. And if I could get myself down to seeing each individual day as a circle, just intrinsically, automatically, without trying to, I think that gets closer and closer to an inner state of immortality, an inner state of immortality. And of course, what is within expresses itself outward. But yeah, what you said originally was that's my goal for next year, reading the cosmic timeline as opposed to the regular calendar. Yes, sir. And I hope that you have a exciting time doing that. Wraith636 says the holidays or hollow days could be used as bookmarks to track the season changes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Your birthday, right? All that stuff. But that's why we got the zodiac and that tarot also comes into play with this, right? Oh, how does tarot work? Is it magic? Like, nah, dude. It's the cycles. We're tapping into those cycles. We pull those cards out. Because I think that any tarot reader is good, they get to a point where they stop, where they understand that the cards are speaking for the energy itself, where they stop trying to force it or try to explain it. It's an understanding that first you get more and more familiar with the energies that the cards represent, and then as you pull your different readings, you start to see that there's certain energies that are trying to find a form to speak through. That's what the cards represent. But yeah, we go on all kind of ways, man. All kind of different topics. This is hell. Maybe what I'm feeling and experiencing right now is the flow of this specific type of energy that comes around this year. All right, come on. The binding together Binah principle. That's the subconscious mind. Like, that's how the subconscious mind works. 16. These are subtle ways of mind working and may appear foolishness to those unaccustomed to the initiate's method of using his mind. But the psychoanalyst understands them and appreciates them at their true significance. And so likewise does the poet when he constructs his cloud-capped towers of imagery. 17. The Yetziratic text stresses the idea of faith, the faith that rests on understanding, whose parent is Binah. This is the only place where faith may rightly rest. A cynic defined faith as the power of believing what you know isn't true. And this appears to be a fairly accurate definition of the manifestations of faith as they appeared in many uninstructed minds. The fruit of the discipline of sects unenlightened by mystical consciousness. It's part of what I meant when I talked about, if you're a Christian and you really know your stuff, it's not about begging God. It really is about leaning on faith. And that has everything to do with spiritual authority. But faith is not simply believing something that isn't true right now, is deeper than that, right? It's a knowing. And how can you know? How can you know? Have you been paying attention to what Bina is all about? Look, but in the light of that consciousness, we may define faith as the conscious result of superconscious experience, which has not been translated into terms of brain consciousness, and of which, therefore, the normal personality is not directly aware, though it nevertheless feels, possibly with great intensity. The effects and its emotional reactions are fundamentally and permanently modified thereby. Now, that was a long ass sentence, but that was a very important one. If you're not highlighting, you need to highlight that last line in verse 17, because that's telling you what faith is. Not only faith, but how the magical mind operates, right? You're not just trying to do stuff hoping and wishing and praying, oh, I got faith in it because I want it. No, no. Faith is the conscious result of superconscious experience, which has not been translated into terms of brain consciousness. So how do you get that experience of super consciousness, right? How do you do that? Is that why you're supposed to be sitting down meditating? Is that why you're supposed to be taking these lines and really dissecting them? Is this why you're supposed to be doing rituals or, working with symbols? Is this why you're supposed to be working with tarot? Is this why you're supposed to be developing your intuitive skills, your psychic abilities? Damn, Trav said we should be psychic by now. Well, I mean that. Of course, there's degrees of psychism, but something should be unlocked by now. If you're watching my channel, something should be unlocked by now. And with the development of these sensitivities, you start to experience things that you can't quite define, can't make sense of. It usually begins to manifest as these numbers, right? It usually begins to manifest as these repeating numbers, where you just can't get away from seeing certain numbers. That is most definitely 1,000% a manifestation of psychic ability. And it's something that for most of us, it's something that the conscious mind hasn't yet translated. So all we see is 1111, 333. But that's not to say it's all that is. That's a powerful thing. You definitely weren't seeing it before. Yeah, it was on the clock already. It's been on the clock ever since clocks have been invented, but you weren't paying attention to it. You weren't picking it up. You ever go through the phase where you check out the clock and it's 11:12? You know that feeling you get when you look at the clock and it's 334? Oh man. How many of y'all make it like, it still counts? How many of y'all make it so it still counts? Or do you kick yourself and say, "Oh man, I can't believe I missed it"? But yeah, that's an example, right? That's an example. That's not something enough to build. I mean, it could be something enough to build faith on, but there are super conscious experiences that you attain to during your practice, and it can happen through dreams. Yes, it happens passively through dreams as well. How many dreams have you had where you felt like something amazing happened, but you don't remember? You just knew something amazing happened. Well, that is an example of the subconscious mind providing you with a super conscious experience that hasn't been translated yet. Just trust it and keep it moving, right? The same way when you see 1111, just trust it and keep it moving. You don't have to explain it. You don't have to explain it to anybody. You know that there is something happening with the energy, and it's taking the best form that it can find right now for you to recognize. The force is coming through, and it's taking the form of 1111 or 555. That's the form that you are going to recognize and pay attention to. It's not about the numbers itself. They don't mean anything, but they are the easiest form for spirit to take to communicate with. Oh my God, we talk about some. You ain't gonna hear this. You ain't gonna get this at KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. You're not gonna get this at Walmart or Sam's Club, right? You're not gonna get this information from the Dollar General. Holy cow. So look what she says. We talk about we talk about we talk about things. Oh my God. In the light of that consciousness, we may define faith as the conscious result of superconscious experience, which has not been translated in terms of brain consciousness, and of which, therefore, damn, all that, and of which, therefore, the normal personality is not directly aware, though it nevertheless feels. So you get it? You might not be able to break it down with your words, but you feel it to be true, not just based on an opinion or an attachment or anything sentimental, but it's like, I know, but I can't really describe. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're saying to yourself. I know. I can't really break it down into words, but I just know. And again, that's not coming from a feel from your emotions. That's coming from something that you experienced on a higher state of mind. And yes, it could have been dreams. Yes, it could have been meditation. Yes, it could have been a download through a ritual, right? But you feel it, possibly with great intensity. The effects and its emotional reactions are fundamentally and permanently modified thereby. And here's the beautiful thing about spiritual authority. Listen close. When you get these feelings, when you get this knowing, you stand on it with 10 toes down. You stand on it firm, right? You stand on it like you're standing on principle. Shout out to my gnosis. When you get these downloads, these real ones now that affect you on a deep level, stand on it and walk on it. Let that be your shoes, right? Let it move you because it's taking you somewhere. It's taking you somewhere. What most people do is they say, I'm just making it up. I'm just imagining. It was nothing. It's just 11:11, right? You talk yourself out of it and you walk away from it and you get more of the same. You get more of the same. But Kether's trying to pour new energy into your life to overturn the form that you built so that you can recreate something in your image and likeness. That's what you want. So when you don't trust your intuition and you don't trust yourself, that's what you do. You walk back into the cage of Binah, and she will squeeze you until you pop. That's what she does. That's her job. Mm, 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 mm. Let those numbers be the form. Recognize them as the form that new force is trying to take. Just like them UFOs floating up in the sky, they're just trying to find a form so that you can access it, right? So you can take that symbol and use the force behind it. Ain't that what we do with these symbols? We take that form and we use the force behind it to introduce it in our lives. That's why you can meditate on a yantra, on a real sigil, and get the energy out of it, even if you don't know what it means. That's why you can do that. And she talked about that in Tawashuti. We probably need to go back through that book. All right, let's keep going. 18. In the light of this definition, we can see how the roots of faith may indeed rest in Binah, understanding, the synthetic principle of consciousness. For there is a form aspect to consciousness as well as to substance, and that aspect we shall consider in detail when we have come to the study of Had, the basal Sephirah of Binah's pillar of severity. Thus, we see yet again how the Sephirah link up among themselves and the illumination that comes from observing their interrelationships. 19. The statement that the roots of Binah are in Amen refers to Kether, for one of the titles of Kether is Amen. Oh. This clearly declares that although Chokmah emanates Binah, we must not pause there when seeking origins, but move back to the fount of all as it rises from the unmanifest behind the veils of negative existence. There's your fountainhead from which your tradition springs. This concept is brought out very clearly by the Yetziratic text of Chesed, wherein it says, speaking of spiritual forces, they emanate one from another by virtue of the primordial emanation, the highest crown, Kether. Wow. 20. We must not be misled or confused in this respect by the fact that the Yetziratic text of Gebra declares that Binah, understanding, emanates from the primordial depths of Chokmah, wisdom. Binah is in Kether as well as Chokmah, but after another manner. Mm. In pure being, formless and partless though it is, are the possibilities of both force and form. That's your yin yang symbol. For where there is a positive pole, there is necessarily the correlative aspect of a negative pole. It's gotta be. Kether is forever in a state of becoming. In fact, I have been told by a Jewish Kabbalist that the real translation of Eheye, the god name of Kether, is I will be, not I am. So go ahead and update your library when you see the god title Eheye. That's not I am, that's I will be, right? Because it is becoming. It is becoming. It, it's coming when it's Chokmah, and it's received when it's Binah. But when it's Kether, it is unmanifest, but the potentiality is there. The possibility is there. All the other Sephiroth are there. And that's why the tarot card that connects Kether to Chokmah is the Fool. And he's walking with his bag of stuff. His bag of stuff is the Eheye. It's what he will be. He's not anything yet. That's why he's the Fool. He's about to fall off that cliff into that Binah, into the cosmic yoni. The dog, his elemental companion, is following close behind, ready to become whatever it is that he needs. Mm. I wonder what you've made of your elemental companions. All my elementals are winners. Jai Jagopal says, how do we connect with you, Master Travis? You can just send me an email at travismagus777@gmail.com. Or you can send me a message on Instagram at LVX777. The Last Eternal says, wonder what that cosmic yoni feel like. Oh, no need to wonder. You know. You know very well. Yeah, yeah, I think I know you, brother, very well. No, no, you mistaken me for somebody else. Frank, shut up. Can't you see two men are talking? Thought I told your ass to get the walking. Think you better leave this place, 'cause I'm about to catch a case. You're contagious. Touch me, baby. Give me what you got. And a man says, sexy lady, drive me crazy, drive me wild. That's your cosmic yoni right there. No, no, I don't think so. I think I know you, brother, very well. You mistaken me for somebody else. By the way, that's your Kether, your Chokmah, and your Binah. Bum, bum, bum. What the hell is going on in the sheets of my own home? Man, that was the best R&B interlude ever created. Not, I don't even know what to call that little section of the song, but that shit was epic. That was epic. They had to channel that. See, I'm telling you, man, R. Kelly he was a genius at his craft. I'll give him that. Unmatched, forever unmatched, just like Michael Jackson, forever unmatched. But anyways, come on now. No, no, I don't think so. Nice, nice. They still got me listening to R&B again. Hey, man, again, there's a certain force there that took the form of R&B music. They're not making that no more. And there's another good example, right? At that time, Kether was pushing out that type of force, and people were grabbing a hold of it and putting it in the form of music. Now that time has passed, things have crumbled and been rebuilt. That force is not coming through anymore. It's some other types of forces coming through right now. And again, regardless of whether you like it or not, this is what's happening. New forces are coming through and they're taking whatever form they can. Like, this is what we're learning in this chapter. This is how the occultist thinks. Now, if you want to go even deeper and get closer to how to actually use this stuff practically, and when I say practical, you know that means it will affect your health, your wealth, your love life, your emotional life, etc., etc. If you want to talk about how to practically use this stuff, you identify what phase or what cycle these things are in. You find the appropriate symbols. You tap into them. You tap into them, whether it's through dream work, meditation, sigil work, What candle do I use? What demon do I summon? Whatever. I love it, and that's awesome right there. Elijah Eternal says instead of relating it to a specific woman, I think about the spirit. You can do it. Now you really talk about some sex magic here. It's not about what it is; it's about what your subconscious mind connects it to. Ace in the place. Peace and greetings. In a minute. Catch the game last night. Poor thing. He was trying to connect as best as he could. Okay. I will be, not I am. This constant becoming cannot remain static. It must overflow into activity, and that activity cannot forever remain uncorrelated within itself. It must organize some manner of adjustment, of interlocking stress. Oh, I'm sorry, but I got to say this too. This is why you don't need to be worried about people copying you. If you're an artist or you're a creator, it doesn't matter if people copy you or quote unquote take your stuff. Because if you really connect it to the force, it's going to keep finding forms through you. You're going to continue to capture that force and express it through forms. And then you'll start to realize that those people who are jacking your style, copying you, this, that, and the third, they have no choice but to wait for you to pour out another inflowing of this Kether force. Do what you put here to do. Do what you're supposed to do. Don't worry about these other folks because they're doing what they're supposed to do. And honestly, if somebody's really digging that force, if it's something for their evolutionary path that they need, they're going to find the source. They're going to find their way to the source. Rest, trust, and believe it. And those who are not really resonant with the energy that you are tapped into, they're naturally going to fall off. So really, it ain't about the numbers. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about the social media numbers, YouTube and whatever. It's not about that. That's cool for your ego, but in truth, the people, like I said, if you're a creator or whatever, the people who are a part, the people who are connected to you and tapped in and loving what you're doing, that's that's who your skill is here to serve, or your gift is here to serve. You're doing you're doing your God work, man. You're doing your God work, your God given purpose by pouring through and creating forms for that energy to be uh, transmitted to the other person. So don't worry about the numbers. Don't worry about people stealing from you. That and third, you keep doing your job. Drive me wild, and a man says. And a man says. That's funny. Honey Bunny says that helps a lot, actually, as an artist. Keep it up. You know what I'm saying? Don't, because if you get mad, you start to close the door. You start to shrink down the door that you're receiving that flow from. Sadia says that always happened to me. Yeah, and me too. And that should show that you are truly tapped in to where people can't help but to abandon their own ideas and quote unquote take yours. That should show the quality of what you're working with. And in this case, you're being Chokmah and they are being Binah in that particular case. So own it. Own it. And the real trick is to make it to where it's obvious they copied you. All right, now let's go. Keep your head up and keep doing what you're supposed to do. Then a man says, this constant becoming cannot remain static. It must overflow into activity. And that activity cannot forever remain uncorrelated within itself. It must organize. That's another powerful thing. As you keep collecting these gems, right? The treasure chest begins to build itself. As you keep picking up these keys, the hotel starts to build itself, right? All these different doors. As you collect the little pieces, over time, it becomes something. And that's when you stop thinking about it and it just starts coming out of you. You become it. It assembles itself inside of you. Just like on that movie Alien, when the face hugger gets on you and, puts that little alien in your chest, and you wake up like, oh, I don't know what happened, but I guess I feel fine. And all of a sudden, it just bursts out and slips and slides across the spaceship, and everybody's freaking out, trying to shoot it with a flamethrower. And then it becomes this big, sexy black thing, kills everybody else on the ship. It assembles within you, and you become it. Come on now. We got to get through this sentence. This constant becoming cannot remain static. It must overflow into activity, and that activity cannot forever remain uncorrelated within itself. It must organize. Some manner of adjustment of interlocking stresses must be arrived at. Thus, we have the potentiality of both Chokmah and Binah implicit in Kether. For be it said yet again that the holy Sephiroth are not things, but states, and that all manifested things exist in one or another of these states. That's important because you and me and R. Kelly and Alien all exists within Chokmah. We all exist within Binah and Kether, just unexpressed, just like all of a woman's children and future generations, great, 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 great grandkids exist within her, right? And just like we existed, if Eve was real, we all existed in Eve, right? It's an unbroken line. Likewise, all the Sephiroth exist within Kether. So the Holy Sephiroth are not things but states, and that all manifested things exist in one or another of these states, and contain an admixture of these factors in their makeup so that the whole of the manifested universe can be sorted out into its appropriate pigeonholes in our minds when the glyph of the tree is established here. So that's the thing. When you memorize that shape, that sigil of the tree of life, you can start to, even the sigil itself is going to help you awaken. Matter of fact, let's flip to it real quick. Even the sigil itself helps you awaken. Because when you start memorizing what symbols go to what Sephiroth and what energies, what forces, what forms go to the Sephiroth, when you start sublimating, right? We learned that word sublimate. When you start to sublimate this information, if you know what's happening here and you know what's happening here, this path makes sense. And this path is the tarot card of the Empress. She's sitting on the throne pregnant. Hmm. The tarot card of the Fool, right? From here to here, it makes sense. The magician standing in front of that table with all his tools, that it makes sense why it's there. And then you start to get a clue into what's happening on that actual path. Before you even study the path, you're starting to figure it out because you've collected all these symbols. So like this is perfect, right? It's the perfect symbol. It didn't always look like this. There were many other depictions of the tree, but this is the one that remained because the other ones, because you know how I talked about one as a dot that extends into a line that becomes a circle spiral and it keeps on going. There's actually a version of the tree of life that's like one big spiral, but that wouldn't make as much. That wouldn't reveal as much as this one does. All right, let's keep going. And see, I know how long this chapter is, and I keep going off into the Christmas spirit. That's not me. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. Automatically, systematic. Willie, you kind of spit when you talk. That's not me. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. That Holy Spirit is spitting a lot. Automatically, systematic. Don't worry. Be happy. All right, let's try to get y'all to bed before Santa shows up. So, indeed, when once that glyph is clearly formulated and well established, right? When you really understand what's happening on that picture of the tree, when it's clearly formulated and well established, the mind uses it automatically, systematically. That's what I'm talking about. The mind uses it automatically. And the complex phenomena of objective existence, the complex phenomena of objective existence sort themselves out in our understanding. It is for this reason that the student of occultism who is working in an initiatory school is made to learn the principal correspondences of the 10 holy Sephiroth off by heart instead of being allowed to depend upon tables of reference, right? It has often been objected that this is an intolerable waste of time and energy, and that reference to the tables of correspondences, such as Crowley's 777, is quite as good. No. But experience proves that this is not the case, and that the esotericist who sets himself to this discipline and rehearses them daily, as the Catholic tells his rosary, is amply repaid by the subsequent illumination he receives as his mind automatically sorts out the innumerable changes and chances of mundane life onto the tree, thus revealing their spiritual significance. Look, I'm living proof of that. If you just keep studying this tree, it will assemble itself in your subconscious mind and it will start to automatically make sense. And other dots will automatically begin to connect. And then it will come to a point where you don't have to think about it. A lot of this stuff I'm not recalling it from memorized memory. I know it now. And you will know it too if you keep studying and practicing. It must always be borne in mind that the use of the tree of life is not merely an intellectual exercise. Well, what is it? Oh, great Dion Fortune. It is a creative art in the literal meaning of the words. And the faculties have to be developed in the mind, even as a manual skill is acquired by sculptor or musician. So, look, when I'm talking about memorizing, not memorizing, but really building this tree inside of yourself, really getting this information, it's not just to talk about or to look cool or try to beat your auntie over the head to give up Christianity and adopt Kabbalist wisdom. It's not for any of that. When when you start to get this inside your mind, your subconscious mind, you begin to see life differently. You begin to see life in a way that's more useful and appropriate. There's you'll find that confusion starts to melt away because you have a place for everything. And you'll start to build other ways of mentation, other ways of thinking, right? Instead of being confused, you'll start to operate on faith and understand that maybe I can't explain what this means, but there's something inside me that already knows. So I'm gonna walk with that and allow it to unfold, right? Your mind changes and how you walk through the world changes. And now you have a tool to begin manifesting reality the way that you want it to be. She said it's a creative art. Well, that means you're going to be creating something. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It like there's nothing here that somebody can come in here and be like, "Oh, this is all bullshit, man. This don't make any sense. This is hocus pocus. What are you hearing?" Like nobody can say that. This is clear cut science. And if you just think about what the hell she's talking about, you'll see it for yourself. So like this right here is this don't take no belief. I don't have you don't have to be spooky on the channel. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to use flowery language, beloved. It's just clean common sense. She said that faculties have to be developed in the mind, even as manual skill is acquired by a sculptor or a musician. So think about a sculptor. If I set a slab of rock in front of you and gave you a chisel, what would you make other than a mess? Musician. If somebody handed you a guitar, what kind of song are you about to play? You're gonna sit in front of that piano and play "Lean on Me." Dun, 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 right? But when you practice and start to gain a knowledge of where the notes are and what chords are and how to do this, that, and a third, right? Kether, Chokmah, Binah, this, that, a third. When you figure that out, now you have more options of how to express what's in your soul. I'll help you carry on, lean on me. It's funny, man. I had a rule about my keyboard. You will not come here playing no lean on me on my keyboard. Don't even touch it. I used to hate that. Because that's like the only song that people seemed to know on piano. I don't know why it irked me so bad. Du, 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 du. Du, 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 du. Get off my keyboard. You don't even know how to play. All right, come on now. Get silly. The dance for silly. The ladies gonna feel me. The fellas in the back and they twisting up a filly. Get silly. How many of y'all know that song? The dance floor silly. The ladies gonna feel me. The fellas in the back and they twisting up a filly. Get silly. Come on, dude. Focus. All right. 21. The Yatsuratic text specifically refers to Binah as the sanctifying intelligence. Sanctification conveys the idea of that which is holy, right? Just like your favorite holy, sanctified Christian friends and family. Sanctification conveys the idea of that which is holy. The Virgin Mary is held to be intimately associated with Binah, the Great Mother. And from this attribution, the mind is led on to the idea of that which brings forth the all but retains its virginity. Now, this is important. This kind of took me a while to really wrap my head around because it's like, well, how can it be a virgin but also the divine whore? I don't get it. But it makes sense when you see that we're talking about something spiritual. Oh, so y'all know that song. Get silly. Yeah, y'all know that song. Okay. I don't remember if it was Soldier Boy or like one of his associates. Ah, different text. Are you looking at a PDF or you got a physical copy? Oh, you know what? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because the different versions, remember? Some of them are slightly hmm, worded different. But yeah, that's cool to know. That's cool to know. My notes it says, wow, mine says that which is holy and set, period, apart. Okay, you got the physical. There are a few typos in my copy. That might be what you're seeing also. There's a few typos, not many. I just read past them because it's Dion Fortune, man. I love her to life. Can't say I love her to death because, well, you know. Hey guys, so this is really cool. Speaking of that, I'm playing this Hogwarts Legacy game, right? And the main character is tapped into this ancient magic, right? The school don't even know about it. And so you come across these ancient teachers. They're long dead, but here's how you communicate with these four ancient teachers. They exist in these giant portraits. So like she goes to the special temple and like she talks to them through their portraits. And it's like they actually had homes out in the world and whatnot. And some of the homes still have those portraits. So it's like whenever she walks past, you can talk to them. Or they can also observe the outside world based on the artwork and they kind of just walk through look through them like windows. I thought that was a pretty cool idea, but that makes me think about this book. Sanctified. Sanctification conveys the idea of that which is holy. The Virgin Mary is held to be intimately associated with Binah, the Great Mother. And from this attribution, the mind is led on to the idea of that which brings forth the all but retains its virginity. In other words, whose creativeness does not involve it in the life of its creation. That's it right there. So, in other words, the mother whose creativeness does not involve it in the life of its creation. Just like you making music or making food or drawing doodles or comics or whatever your creation medium is, whatever your creation matrix is, but which remains apart and behind as the basis of manifestation, the root substance whence matter arises. For although matter, and by the way, this is why the tarot card of Kether and Kether that connects to Binah is of the magician in front of his tools. That's exactly why. Look, which remains apart and behind as the basis of manifestation, the root substance whence matter arises. For although matter is held to have its roots in Binah, yet matter as we know it is of a very different order of being to the supernal Sephiroth, in which its essence lies. Binah, the primordial formative influence, the parent of all form, is behind and beyond manifesting substance. In other words, is ever virgin. So look, we're experiencing the Matrix. We're experiencing Binah, but she's. hmm, We are in the creation of Binah. We are not in Binah itself. Now, this is also explained in the Vedic information. That's why you've got Prakriti and Mula Prakriti. Remember, she said last chapter about Prakriti, about Binah being Mula Prakriti? That's because Mula Prakriti is the state of Prakriti as untouched, virgin, not changed whatsoever. Just a big ball of gray Play-Doh or whatever. But when you think, when you go down to another state, there's a state where existence is. That's why existence has no beginning or end, because technically it never started. You ever play the Game Boy game Zelda, The Legend of, what is it? Link to the Past, I believe it was. The Link to the Past. And you have to wake up the wind fish who's inside of a giant egg. And it turns out the game never really happened. It was all inside the dream of that being. That being was so powerful that it pulled Link and everyone else into its dream. And once Link woke up that beast, he went back to where he came from. What a nice game. Great soundtrack as well. So, boom, Bina, Mula Prakriti. Mula Prakriti. For although matter is held to have its roots in Bina, yet matter as we know it is of a very different order of being to the supernal Sephiroth, in which its essence lies. Bina, the primordial formative influence, the parent of all form, is behind and beyond manifesting substance. In other words, is ever virgin. It is this formative influence underlying all form building, this tendency for curving lines of force to correlate and achieve stability, which is Bina. Yes, thank you, my gnosis. Mula Prakriti is is Prakriti not influenced by the three gunas. And another way to say that is Mula Prakriti is the three gunas in a state of balance because the gunas are Prakriti. Um, yeah, just like you got the three different Power Ranger robots, but when they come together, they create that Megazord thing. Those three gunas are what Prakriti is. And when they come into contact with Purusha consciousness, Chokmah, they get out of balance. And since they're out of balance, all this chaos ensues. But there was a time before they met, right? It's almost as if you can have the state of your parents when they had you as a kid, and you can't, oh, that's perfect. So think about this. Your parents, your dad gets your mom pregnant, and you're in her womb, and you're developing your building, then you're born. And life as you know it starts. You don't know anything before that. You don't know the existence of your mother's unfertilized egg. But what if there was a state where your mother was as she was before she had you, and your father was there too, or maybe they didn't meet? But it's almost like thinking that both of those states exist, but you are only experiencing the state of, the matrix, you being born, you actually coming out. You can kind of learn about your mother, but you can never see it. You can never see that state of your mother as of Mula Prakriti until you die, really, until you get out of the body that you're in, because you are made from out of her, right? Literally, you are made from out of your mother's egg and your father's sperm, and you can't go back, right? Because guess what? Ooh, even better. You want to know what the veil is behind your birth and your virgin mother? That's what Doth is. And that's why you can't get to Doth without leaving everything behind. Wow. That's a powerful metaphor. I'm gonna have to sit down and think about that one. Your mother before she got pregnant with you is Mula Prakriti, is Binah. And you can never go back to that because, well, you are the egg that she was carrying. Well, your body is the egg. And your dad helped out a little bit. Her cooking you in that oven was her carrying that soul across the abyss. Jesus Christ. Her carrying you in that oven, it took you 9 months to cross that bridge. And you get mad because it's taking so long to meditate and see something in your imagination. Hey, maybe it's going to take 9 months. Who knows? Who knows? My gnosis says the dreamless state. God damn, man. I'm trying my best. Elijah Eternal says, in a sperm cell that made it. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's what I said before. And I talked about this. My gnosis says something from the Kenneth Grant book that helped me to understand my meditation. When I do this, I see myself completely melting and dissolving piece by piece by piece until I'm this tiny little speck of nothing. And then I let that dissolve. And through that journey, I come to realize that I was the sun. But now I don't even think that that was the sun anymore. I think that was the egg. Oh my goodness. It's all becoming clear. It's all becoming clear. Because what happens after that is, geez, I mean, it's kind of hard to explain, but that's why this exists. Who knows what that's called? Anybody tell me why we die, we die. I don't want to die. Who knows what that black egg is called? Close, close, my gnosis. Almost. And here's why I say close. This is the Akash. This symbol represents the Akash, right? And what I learned from my meditation, it said it to me that this is only a shadow. The Akash is a black egg because it's a shadow. And through more of my meditations and studies, I'm realizing it. That egg that I see when I attempt to connect with Shiva, that golden egg of Hiranyagarbha, that's the actual egg. But the light of Shiva shines down and casts the shadow of reality. So now it makes perfect sense to me. Since all the other elements come out of the Akash, that's the manifest creation. And it doesn't exist. That Hiranyagarbha, the golden egg, it's never fertilized and it's never hatched. Just like what we're talking about here. Binah, the great mother. There's a virgin aspect and there's the whore aspect. There's Mula Prakriti and there's Prakriti. So the Mula Prakriti is the Hiranyagarbha. The Prakriti we know and love starts with this. Well, technically it starts with the gunas, but this is what the gunas create. Anyways, that is mega profound to me and some seriously advanced information. If you keep studying, you will see why I'm saying that. And see that's also what she's talking about the subconscious stuff and how it doesn't really make none of this made sense to me, but it all came to me in pieces. And I'm just now putting it together after reading this line. That's why you got to keep practicing so the symbols automatically find a place to live in your heart. Because once you get enough information, once you're fertilized with enough information, the birth of gnosis comes out. Oy vey. That happened at 11:11. Perfect. Boom, right? That's what I was talking about. 11:11. This is the new force coming in, attempting to find some kind of form. Oh my goodness. I'm getting some goosebumps now. This is interesting. Sunshine Chick, always good to see you. Peace and greetings. This is interesting. All right, man, let's keep going. Let's keep going. And by the way, if you care, that meditation that I do is called Tat Washuti. And I've gotten pretty advanced with the Tat Washuti meditation. But now I've got to go study on that Hiranyagarbha some more. I'm putting this thing together. Okay, all right. It's the Christmas spirit, y'all. I don't spit it. Okay, for although matter is held to have its roots in Binah, yet matter as we know it is of a very different order of being to the supernal Sephiroth, in which its essence lies. Binah, the primordial formative influence, the parent of all form, is behind and beyond manifesting substance. In other words, is ever virgin. It is this formative influence underlying all form building, this tendency for curving lines of force to correlate and achieve stability, which is Binah. Ooh, maybe it's an egg shape because of the curved lines. Man, this is crazy, dude. 22. These two basal sephira of the supernal triad are especially referred to as the father and mother, Abba and Amma, and their magical images are those of the bearded male and the matron, thus representing not the sex attraction of Netzach and Yesod, who are represented as maiden and youth. And I want you to pay attention to what she said. Netzach is the woman, Yesod is the man. If you look at the two pillars of the tree of life, you'll see why I'm saying that. They're not directly opposite each other. So what the hell is Hod? So look, Abba and Ima, the eternal, the cosmic father and mother, the divine masculine, divine feminine, they're magical images of those of a bearded male and the matron, like an old man and an old woman. So that's not the sex attraction of Netzach and Yesod, who are represented as maiden and youth, but the mature beings who have mated and reproduced. We must always distinguish between magnetic sex attraction and reproduction. Two different things. So we must always distinguish between magnetic sex attraction and reproduction. They are by no means one and the same thing, nor are they even different levels or aspects of the same thing. She's talking about the occult science now. Sex attraction and reproduction are not the same thing. They're not even on the same level. They're not even levels of each other. They're literally two different forces. Even though we use the same human organs to express them, they're not even the same thing. I mean, hell, sometimes two different fluids come out of that one place. that are not related to each other, right? Just like she said, sex attraction and reproduction are two different things. She said they are not even different levels or aspects of the same thing. Herein is an important occult truth which we will consider in detail in due course. 23. Chokmah and Binah then represent essential maleness and femaleness in their creative aspects. They are not phallic images as such, but in them is the root of all life force. We shall never understand the deeper aspects of esotericism, unless we realize what phallicism really means. So, boom, check, right? She's just checking all of us right here. And that's something I didn't pick up on the last reading. Even though the symbol of Chokmah is literally an erect penis, and the symbol of Binah is literally an open vagina, it's not about sex attraction. It's not about magnetic sexual pull. Those two symbols are in their rawest aspect, right? It's for reproduction. Just like you would see these organs on an animal, hopefully you're not feeling any kind of attraction because it's disconnected from you. Likewise, when you see the penis and the vagina of the divine feminine and the divine masculine, it's literally for reproduction. It's not about making love. That's down, that's all the way down the tree at the bottom. We're talking about, man, if you know the Greek or the Roman or whatever, it's Uranus and Gaia. Uranus kept on reproducing with Gaia to the point where she's like, "Eh, enough is enough. Somebody need to do something about this." And she calls upon her son Kronos to slice that thing off. Again, it's talking about the tree. We're going from Chokmah to Binah, Binah being Saturn, Kronos, Father Time, Death, the Grim Reaper with the scythe. And once he did that, right, because Gaia being Malkuth, being manifestation, the order of existence changed. Because then all Zeus was born, which is Chesed. Ares was born, which is Geberah. I think it was Apollo that was born, that was Tifereth. Aphrodite, of course, so on and so forth. It's all about the tree, man. It's all about the tree. Elisha Eternal says, once you read that book, I forgot the name of it, syncs come out natural. Was it Cosmic Doctrine? J. Baldhill says the both. Absolutely. Right there on the tree. Jai Jagopal says, thank you. God's grace, we're downloading these golden eggs. Shit, me too. I am thankful as well. Sheesh. My Gnosis says, the way Dion leads you on, then drops you, lol. I would have hated trying to date her back. Yeah, man. I'm sure she would have, if nothing else, been a very valuable friend. Good old Dion. She's kind of cute, too. I mean, they only got two pictures of her, I think. One where she was younger and one where she's older. Nobody else is doing this. It's true, because I don't think anybody else either can or is allowed to. I don't think anybody else can, and those who can, I don't think they're allowed to. Elijah Eternal says, anyone tuning in is definitely a hod. Oops, I mean a god. Hey, it means something in more ways than one. The scrutinizing. All right, let's get back to it, man. So, yeah, we were talking about sex, sexual attraction, and reproduction. Two completely different things. Herein is an occult truth, which we will consider in detail in due course. Chokmah and Binah, then, represent essential maleness and femaleness in their creative aspects. They are not phallic images as such, but in them is the root of all life force. We shall never understand the deeper aspects of esotericism unless we realize what phallicism really means. It most emphatically does not mean the orgies in the temples of Aphrodite that disgraced the decadence of the pagan faiths of the ancients and brought about their downfall. It means that everything rests upon the principle of the stimulation of the inert, yet all potential by the dynamic principle which derives its energy direct from the source of all energy. So we're talking about Purusha and Prakriti. Purusha gets its potency from Brahma, and Prakriti must be stimulated by Purusha, or else she's just nothing. She's just nothing, right? Elisha Eternal says, I literally can't remember it, but it gives a bunch of practical exercises. Okay, you talking about Durana Darshan? The Black Book? Well, a Black Book, not the Black Book. Durana Darshan, is that it? With the good Swami on the cover? I'm gonna get a t-shirt made with my face on it in the art style of Durana Darshan. It's gonna say City Boys Up. SIDDHI, right? Cities, City Boys. Or maybe not. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on just a minute now. This is a Wendy's. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Oh, this guy. No, you gonna have to find that because what you talking about? It got a damn thing to do with Jesus. I've been listening to you. All right, so we were talking about the phallicism. Okay, it most emphatically does not mean the orgies in the temples of Aphrodite that disgraced the decadence of the pagan faiths of the ancients and brought about their downfall. It means that everything rests upon the principle of the stimulation of the inert, yet all potential. By what? By the dynamic principle which derives its energy direct from the source of all energy. Maybe that's why Kether is called I Will Be, because Kether is producing the source of the masculine reproduction, and the masculine reproduction is producing the the feminine reproduction, right? Because Binah's coming out of Chokmah. Could that be why the Bible talks about Eve was taken out of Adam's rib? Oh, that don't make sense. Men don't make kids. Right, but it's esoteric. It's occult. Maybe God pulled Eve out of Adam's rib in the same way that Chokmah produced Binah. Mm. In this concept lie tremendous keys of knowledge. It is one of the most important points in the mysteries. It is obvious that sex represents one aspect of this factor. It is equally obvious that there are many other applications of it which are not sexual. We must not allow any preconceived concepts of what constitutes sex or a conventional attitude towards this great and vital subject to frighten us away from the great principle of the stimulation or fecundation of the inert, all potential by the active principle. Whosoever is thus inhibited is unfit for the mysteries, over whose portal was written the words, Know thyself. Mm, gotta get your mind right. You can't come in here if, Kashigi, peace and greetings. Oh my goodness. 24. Such knowledge does not lead to impurity, for impurity implies a loss of control that permits forces to override the bounds that nature has set them. Let's read that again. Such knowledge does not lead to impurity, for impurity implies a loss of control that permits forces to override the bounds that nature has set them. So nature has set bounds, right, that contain and separate certain energies. All the organs in your body, there's some fluids that are produced that if the bounds were broken, those fluids could end up killing you, right? Produced in your own body. Like the stomach juices and all kind of stuff. But nature has set bounds for everything to be in its right place. Everything in its right place. But check this out. When we talk about impurity, what she says that impurity is a loss of control. And what does that loss of control do? It permits forces to override those boundaries that nature has set them. Hmm. So impurity would be like a loss of control that allows, we could say, the dangerous fluids in the body to leak out and contaminate, which would then make it impure, right? Which would then lead to death. So look, let it be clearly realized. Oh, wait. Yeah. Whoso has not control of his own instincts and passions is no more fitted for the mysteries than he who inhibits and dissociates them. Mm. He whoso has not control of his own instincts and passions, right? If you don't have control over your lusts and your fears, you're no more fitted for the mysteries than he who inhibits and dissociates his lusts and fears. So it's not about inhibiting them, and it's also not about reckless abandon, YOLO. But a better third thing. Let it be clearly realized, however, that the mysteries do not teach asceticism or celibacy as a requirement of achievement, because they do not regard spirit and matter as an unreconcilable pair of antinomies, but rather as different levels of the same thing. Okay. Purity does not consist in emasculation, but in keeping the different forces to their proper levels and in their proper places, and not allowing one to invade the other. It teaches that frigidity and impotence are just as much imperfections, and therefore pathologies of sex as is uncontrolled lust that destroys its object and debases itself. Mm, a lot of understanding here. A lot of understanding. It's about keeping the energies balanced. So that means it's not about holding back because of fear of impurity. That also doesn't mean just letting it all hang out. She's a brick. Boom, 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 boom. How? Right? It's not about too little or too much, but a better third thing, which is balance. Right? It's not about rajas or tamas, but sattva. I love an occultist's definition of purity and impurity, right? Even better, I think, would be the definition that Swami Satyasangananda Saraswati gave in Tatwashuddhi, where she talked about purity and impurity, which it all boils down to basically. She said, impurity is nothing that you can do. It's not anything that you physically do with your body, because hell, everything is prakriti. She talked about impurity being a identification with matter, your attachment with matter that is so hardcore that you think that you're matter, which then would definitely lead to you holding back too much or giving in too much. There we go. There we go. Roger, Thomas, and Santa. Boom. Thank you so much, Honey Bunny. I will always remember you as I have confiscated that right there. Roger Thomas and Sent. Right? Balance. So 25. Every relationship of manifested existence involves the Binah and Chokmah principles. And because sex is such a perfect representation of these, it was used as such by the ancients, who were not troubled by our timidities on the subject and took their metaphors from the subject of reproduction as freely as we take ours from the Bible. For to them, reproduction was a sacred process, and they referred to it not with ribaldry, but with reverence. Imagine that, huh? If we want to understand them, we must approach their teaching on the subject of the life source and life force in the same spirit in which they approached it. And no one whose eyes are not blinded by prejudice No one whose eyes are not blinded by prejudice, or who does not stand in the shadow thrown by his own unsolved problems, can you say shadow work? Can fail to realize that our present day attitude life would be both saner and sweeter for a leavening of pagan common sense and discernment. It's funny, right? The ancients used to see reproduction as a sacred thing, and these days we kind of see it as a major inconvenience. It's funny. But then again, right? She already spoke of how time goes through masculine and feminine cycles. Perhaps there was a cycle that does see reproduction as sacred and sex for pleasure as a completely different category. Maybe that was a different epoch, different era. Because now we see sex as this end all be all goal of daily life, and reproduction is like, oh shit, I can't believe. I can't believe. Oh no, what am I going to do now? I knew all that raw dogging was going to get me in trouble. 26. The principles of maleness and femaleness, as manifested in Chokmah and Binah, represent more than mere positivity and negativity, activity and passivity. Chokmah, the all begetter, is a vehicle of primal force, the immediate manifestation of Kether. It is, in fact, Kether in action. For the different Sephiroth do not represent different things, but different functions of the same thing, i.e., pure force welling up into manifestation from the great unmanifest, which is behind the negative veils of existence. Hakma is pure force. Even as the expansion of petrol as it explodes in the combustion chamber of an engine is pure force. But just as this expansive force would expand and be lost if there were no engine to transmit its power, so the undirected energy of Hakma would radiate into space and be lost if there were nothing to receive its impulse and utilize it. Hakma explodes like petrol. Bina is the combustion chamber. Gijula and Gibera are the back and forth strokes of the piston. Roger, Roger. J Bald Hill says trying to up the body count, not add more to the earth. Yeah, I could see that, right? I could see that. I could see that perhaps maybe we could say in the feminine epoch, it was about adding more to the earth and not trying to up the body count. Now it's flipped around. And, but just like what you said about the beauty of nature, uh, we really can't look at anything as good or evil anymore, or good and bad anymore, because it's all the expression. It's all the expression of Kether. It's all, we got nothing to do with this, man. It is already set in motion, doing its thing. And really, what we're trying to do is find our way out of it. And not even in a way of, and not fueled by anything but a mm, a pure love for the wisdom, for the knowledge, for the truth, right? Not motivated by fear. I ain't coming back. I ain't coming back no more, like Panic said. Not motivated by fear and pain, but motivated simply by the pursuit of the truth. I got to know. I got to get there. Because there is nothing more important. But yeah, you know, until you reach that level, you will continue to be recycled into the body count. Or I should say, you'll continue to identify with things being recycled in the body count. Elisha Eternal said, I just told a woman she was beautiful and she didn't believe I was genuine. Yeah, you know, maybe attempt to give those compliments on things that aren't so direct, like maybe her style or her abilities or something with her personality. Maybe go that route. And then, you know, my gosh, edge your way into the beautiful face thing. I'll stop. 27. Now the expansive force given off by petrol is pure energy, but it will not drive a car. The constrictive organization of Binah is potentially capable of driving a car, but it cannot do so unless set in motion by the expansion of the stored up energy of petrol vapor. Binah is all potential but inert. Chokmah is pure energy, limitless and tireless, but incapable of doing anything except radiate off into space if left to its own devices. You know she's talking about Purusha and Prakriti. But when Chokmah acts upon Binah, its energy is gathered up and set to work. When Binah receives the impulse of Chokmah, all her latent capacities are energized. When Binah receives the impulse of Chokmah, all her latent capacities, those are the gunas, Roger, Thomas, and Santa, are energized. Briefly, Chokmah supplies the energy, and Binah supplies the machine. Wow. Wow. Hey, man. I wasn't always what I am today. 28. Consider now the maleness and femaleness of this pair of supernal opposites as reflected in the act of generation. The spermatozoa of the male are incapable of more than the briefest life. They are the simplest possible units of energy. Once that energy is expended, they dissolve. But the reproductive mechanism of the female, the womb that bears, and the breasts that feed, are capable of bringing this handed on life to independent life of its own. And yet, all this elaborate machinery must lie inert till the stimulus of the Chokmah force sets it in action. The female reproductive unit is all potential, but inert. The male reproductive unit is all potent, but incapable of giving birth. Do you see how this reflects up and down the scale? Again, there's your divine masculine and divine feminine. Notice it's nothing about anything cultural. It's down to the basic functions of life. One has all the potency, but can't do anything. And one has all the potential, but can't do anything until both connect with each other. So I know some people argue about this. It's not even about who's better or who's worse or who's more important or who's not. Like you have to have both. It's not a competition, it's a cooperation. The both of them are two halves that have been split out of a single. So naturally, they require each other. 29. Most people think that because maleness and femaleness, as they know them on the physical plane, are fixed principles determined by structure, that the potent and the potential are rigidly bound to their respective mechanisms. Now, this is an error. There is a continual alteration of polarity on every plane except the physical. And indeed, among primitive types of animal life, there is even an alteration of polarity on the physical plane. Among higher types, and especially the vertebrates, polarity is fixed by the accident of birth, save in hermaphroditic anomalies, which cannot be regarded as other than pathological, and in which only one sex is ever functionally active. Did you know that? Whatever the apparent development of the other aspect may be. It is the knowledge of this continual interplay of polarity which is one of the most important secrets of the mysteries. It is in no sense homosexuality, which is a perverted and pathological expression of this fact, that breaks out as a disorder of sexual feeling when the law of alternating polarity is not rightly understood. Hmm. 30. Briefly, although his actual mode of reproduction on the physical plane is determined for every individual by the configuration of his body, his spiritual reactions are not so fixed, for the soul is bisexual. In other words, in every relation of life, we are sometimes positive and sometimes negative, according to whether circumstances are stronger than we are, or we are stronger than circumstances. Mm. Don't let your circumstances override your conviction. I heard somebody say that one time on this YouTube channel. Don't let your circumstances override your convictions. In other words, in every relation of life, we are sometimes positive and sometimes negative, according to whether circumstances are stronger than we are, or we are stronger than circumstances. This is clearly indicated in the proverb that the gray mare is sometimes the better horse. Aw, that makes sense, right? Because there will be some experiences where that old gray mare will know a thing or two more than the young buck. Young buck, we don't give a fuck. We must represent Tennessee. We drink a whole lot of Hennessy. Got a heavy chest. Do you like Bill Clinton? Oh man, here we go. Chokmah stuff one more time. All right, so this is clearly indicated in the proverb that the gray mare is sometimes the better horse. It also comes out clearly in the fact that Netzach, Venus, Aphrodite, is the basal Sephiroth of Chokmah's pillar. Ah, we thus get the female nature showing a different polarity on different levels. For in Netzach, she is as positive and dynamic as she is static in Binah. Hmm. So that's why, that right there is why you have Venus, right? And as we know Venus, that's the most feminine, the most beautiful, right? Yet it's on the masculine pillar. Well, this is why. It's not about looks, it's about the energy. Netzach is a very active, very dynamic force. So it's found on the masculine pillar. Yeah, it can be represented by the goddess Venus. Haha, I knew somebody would catch it. 31. All this is not only bewildering intellectually, but also confusing morally, and even at the risk of being accused of fostering all manner of abnormalities, I must try to make the matter clear, for its practical implications are so far reaching. 32. It has been said by the rabbis that each Sephiroth is negative in relation to the one above it, by which it is emanated. Uh huh. And positive in relation to the one below it, which it emanates. So, in other words, every Sephiroth is going to be positive or negative depending on its function at where you're looking at it. So, in other words, Binah is negative because it comes out of Chokmah. Chokmah is negative when it's coming out of Kether. However, Binah becomes positive when associated to Chesed because Chesed comes out of Binah. In fact, all the lower Sephiroth are going to be negative and female, feminine to the upper triad. All the Sephiroth below Doth are feminine to the upper triad. And all nine have to bow down to Kether because they're all underneath Kether. Bow down when I come to your town. I bet y'all don't know that song. When I was little, my dad used to love that rap group. Damn, now I can't remember what they're called. It was a trio, and it had Ice Cube in it. Damn, now I gotta go listen to that. What was that trio called? Now it's stuck in my head until I get it. So, each Sephiroth is negative in relation to the one above it, by which it is emanated, and positive in relation to the one below it, which it emanates. Thank you, West Side Connection. That's what it was. Yeah. Bow down when I come to your town to a nigga that's greater than you. Imagine saying that shit to somebody, man. That's very funny to me. That's very funny to me. Yay, yay. All right, let's keep going. 96 was a good year for rap, I think. I thoroughly enjoyed the Mobb Deep album that came out at that time, Hell on Earth. I used to listen to that album so much. I got that. I, Now that's the album you can listen to top to bottom without skipping anything. Yeah, yeah. All right, come on, come on, come on. So this gives us the key. We are negative in our relationships with that which is of a higher potential than we are, and we are positive in our relationships with that which has a lower potential. And we see that in everyday life. And it still happens cosmically with energy. This is a relationship which is in a perpetual state of flux, meaning it's not fixed. It changes depending on the scenario, and which varies at every separate point at which we make our innumerable contacts with our environment. Rest in peace, Gangsta Boo. Who got that laden weed? I don't know what that means. Oh, I see. 33. For the most part, the relationship between a man and a woman is not entirely satisfactory to either party, and they have either to put up with incomplete satisfaction in their relationship under the compulsion of religious or economic pressure, or supplement elsewhere their incompleteness. With, as a rule, a recurrence of the previous conditions when once the novelty has worn off. Dang. So either because of, and I know, right, people who are married and they're not happy, but they stay married strictly because of their religion, right? It's a sin to get a divorce, right? Yet they are most definitely very bad, not useful or appropriate for each other. I'll give it that, right? Or it could be for economic pressure, right? We all know people who stay together because the bills are high, right? And as solo single, they wouldn't be able to maintain that same level of lifestyle, right? So she says, for the most part, the relationship between a man and a woman is not entirely satisfactory to either party, and they have either to put up with incomplete satisfaction in their relationship under the compulsion of religious or economic pressure, or supplement elsewhere their incompleteness, with, as a rule, a recurrence of the preconditions when once the novelty has worn off. It is to be observed that under such circumstances, it is only in novelty that sexual satisfaction at its highest is to be found. And novelty is a thing which requires constantly to be renewed, with disastrous results to sexual economics. Now, this is most definitely what we see going on in the culture today, in the culture of human beings, right? Not just black culture or white culture or whatever. This is what we're seeing as far as the age that we're in. Basically, what she's saying is, look at this. I should highlight that. It is to be observed that under such circumstances, it is only in novelty that sexual satisfaction at its highest is to be found. In other words, that it's like chasing a drug, right? That high peak sexual experience, sexual satisfaction, mainly it's only at the beginning, right? It's only when it's fresh, either new relationship or new experiences, right? But over time, it starts to that sparkle starts to fade, that fire starts to get dull, and naturally, as human beings, we start looking for other things to do. I mean, however you may take that, novelty is a thing which requires constantly to be renewed, right? With disastrous results to sexual economics. In other words, it's very easy for people to, I don't know, maybe go down paths that they never thought they'd go down simply because of having this addiction to this thing, right? God's Cat says, very true. Poor don't get down, but rich are titty with it. Yeah, see, I try not to bring his name up too many times, but that's a perfect example. Get diddy with it. Na, 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 na. Even worse when it happens unsupervised with pornography. Even worse. Because boy, oh boy, give a horny person some time, they might, phew, man. Wait a minute. I'm not too sure what that means. Oh, okay, good, 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 good. He meant crackheads almost be magicians with the shit they do. Absolutely, absolutely. I wasn't sure what path you were referring to when you said, because it was too close to the Diddy comments. So look, man, no more Diddy, no more Diddy. Diddy just taints the entire conversation for like 30 minutes. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Crackheads almost be magicians with the shit they do. All right, now Is it Christmas yet? No, well, not for me at least. I still got 2 minutes. All right, now that's the last one. He got his own path. Yeah, it must go down the tree. It must go down the tree into the clip off. Right, right, right. In the clip off. All right, let's keep going. But hey, even still, right? Like it or not, we're nothing here is exempt from being an expression of Chokmah and Binah and Kether. Now that's the thing. Some things are not useful and appropriate, so they fall into the abyss. They fall into the clip off, right? But everything must be expressed. Every single thing that can be fathomed. What did Nikola Tesla say? In your lifetime, you will witness man-made horrors beyond your comprehension. There's some stuff going on beyond your comprehension, and all these things must be expressed. Now, more than likely, these things are pulled out of the clip off and going right back. But hey, Bina 34. The trouble is that while the male gives the physical stimulus which leads to reproduction, he does not realize that on the inner planes, he is, by virtue of the law of reverse polarity, negative. Ah, and is dependent for his emotional completeness upon the stimulation given by the female. He is dependent upon her for emotional fertilization, as is clearly shown in the case of any highly creative mind, such as Wagner or Shelley. It's true, man. It's true. I don't, well, I would say I don't know how or why, but I see it right here in the black and white. Um, Often what I've found is the greatest inspiration is a woman. The greatest inspiration, hell, for me to get my stuff together, for me to, I don't know, be more creative in certain ways. Like, oftentimes, the greatest inspiration is when I'm in contact with, connected to a woman. And that explains it right there, right? Because our polarity is reversed on the different planes, just like what she said. She said the trouble is that while the male gives the physical stimulus, the man gives the physical stimulus, the male, which leads to reproduction. He does not realize that on the inner planes, he is, by virtue of the law of reversed polarity, negative on the inner planes. And he's dependent for his emotional completeness upon the stimulation given by the female. He is dependent upon her for emotional fertilization, as is clearly shown in the case of any highly creative mind, such as Wagner or Shelley. Because what? Because we alternate we alternate on the planes. How we behave, how we express ourselves in one plane is opposite how we express ourselves in the other plane. It's just natural. How much further do we have to go? Because I think I have to take a quick break. All right. Seven, 7 pages, 6 pages left. All right. Should I finish that line or should I do one more? All right. So yeah, we were talking about don't forget divine masculine, divine feminine, being stimulated on these different planes on the physical plane, right? The male may fertilize the female, but on the astral plane, it's the female that fertilizes the male, right? And we talk about astral. What is the language of the astral? What is the medium of the astral plane? It is the emotional plane, right? And vice versa, right? Vice versa. God's cat says because of being understood is important. Absolutely, right? Because when you feel that you are understood, you behave as if you are someone who is understood. But if you believe that you're misunderstood, guess how you're going to behave, right? It's deep, man. It is deep. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. We definitely going to finish. Don't worry about that. I just have to, you know, take a quick break. So, take a break for roughly 5 minutes, right? You can stretch or put something in the microwave, whatever you want to do. I will be right back. So, quick timeout. How y'all feeling tonight? Who's still here with me? I see some numbers, but who's still here with me? Let me know in the chat. What the hell is going on between the sheets in my home? Baby, wait, let me explain before you start to pull your cane. Girl, I'm about to have a fit. Oh, it's about to be some shit. How did I get into this? Should have never came home with that bitch. Low down, dirty woman. Back to where you come from. But wait my ass. Hit the streets, your ass is grass. Now, Mr. Biggs, before you die. Wait, how you know my name, son? Honey, wait, I was gonna tell you. Ooh, this cat looks real familiar, son. Now, don't I know you from somewhere a long time ago? No, no, I don't think so. Yeah, yeah, I think I know you, brother, very well. No, no, you mistaken me for somebody else. Frank, shut up. Can't you see two men are talking? Thought I told your ass to get the walking. Think I'm about to. No, I think you better leave this place. Cause I'm about to catch a case. Man, look, you can't sing a part of that. You gotta sing the whole thing. Alright, seriously. How you know my name, son? Right. Well, it appears that I left and came back and it's Christmas. Wild. Wild. WT, peace and welcome. Peace and welcome. Or perhaps you've been here. Phoenix Wolfette, peace, peace. Good to see you. Wraith 36636 says, wow, 33233. That's what time it was. Great session tonight, Brother Travis. Been listening in the background. Awesome. Awesome, man. We are getting into the knowledge here. Downloads and all. Live downloads, on the spot downloads. Hiranya Garba. You literally have to go back to the zygote and separate the sperm from the egg. And when you look down, you'll see that this cosmic egg casts a shadow on the manifest dimension. And that's where we get the black egg of Akash. I done figured something out tonight. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. So next time I do my meditation, hey, I'm about to catch a case. Love to all. Merry Xmas to you all. Infinite love to you all. Infinite love to you too. 1212 Isis. Oh yeah. How many people are really feeling the powers of this portal that we have entered into? That we went in one end and out the other. 1212 to 1221. How many people feeling it? And look at the time of this video. It's 3:33. Amazing. Honey Bunny says, "Have you tried the fruitcake yet? It's my favorite." Oh, we gotta send somebody to check up on that chef, man. Wraith 636 says, "Oh, happy seasonal event, everybody. I don't celebrate, but gratitude to those who do." Yeah, man. To be honest, man, I'm debating whether or not I'm gonna go and eat at my grandma's house. I might just stay home and go to sleep. I'm not even kidding. I might just be I might just play some Fortnite and kick it. I don't know if y'all feel this energy, but I feel like it's gonna be a lot of work done for 2025. I feel it coming on the horizon, man. I feel like 2025 is about to be a hard working year. Like I don't even mean in a stressful way. I mean like it's gonna be an active year. If we can say that the seasons and the years are ruled by the masculine and the feminine, I feel like 2024 was feminine, 2025 will be masculine. And it might not be a 1 year thing. Maybe this goes in cycles of 3 years or 4 years or whatever. But I'm feeling like the shift is already coming, right? Already coming. I feel it in my blood. See, and this is what we're talking about earlier in this book about faith, right? It's not just hoping for something that you don't know if it's going to happen. It's you get like this inner sense about something. It's a knowing. It's an inner knowing, and it don't matter how you feel. Like it's not emotional. It's data that you haven't quite decrypted for the conscious mind yet, but it's data you received. And the data I have received is saying that next year is going to be it's going to be some work done. whatever that means. Maybe for everybody, I don't care about politicians, but hey, maybe Trump. You know what I'm saying? A lot of stuff going on with crypto, a lot of things that I'm not even into. But yeah, man. I feel like this is the calm before the storm, so I'm really just absorbing the rest. Nidragram says, "What? Visit grandma before 2025 takeover." I might. I might. I'm sure enough coming empty-handed. I gotta get right after YouTube done slap me on the wrist. I'm coming with hugs. That's my Christmas gift this year. I might bring a container of Coca-Colas. Benjamin says 2026 is the year of the Wheel of Fortune. Hmm. So hey, perhaps we're leading up to it, right? Ray says 2025 together represent 9. Absolutely. And the ninth card of the tarot deck is this wise fellow here. Speaking of which, I need to grab the tarot cards for the threes, don't I? Don't I? Paul says, buy XRP, it will boom. You know I got me some XRP. I keep a couple of XRPs in my wallet. Okay, well, yeah, certainly. Certainly. Where we at? So yeah, we're talking about the masculine and the feminine. We were talking about how it kind of flip-flops on the different planes. Masculine on the physical means feminine on the astral, means masculine on the mental, means feminine in the spiritual. Hmm, interesting, right? Interesting because that means that that women are masculine on the spiritual plane. So I wonder what that has to do with how it's expressed on the lower planes. Okay, there's a three of wands. Just a second, and we shall resume. There's the three of cups. Love that card. Ooh, there's the three of swords. I'm just flipping right to them. Don't mind if I do. Three of pentacles. That was cool. I literally just flipped to all four of those. Tapped into something tonight, man. Tapped into something tonight. If I can just get these cards back in the box. There we go. Here we go. How many people here don't have a tarot deck yet? It's probably time to get one, don't you think? If for nothing else, visual representations and practices of how to read these energies. No, you don't have to wait for someone to gift it to you. God's Cat says storytelling gets your slap on hand reversed. Should be good 2025. I agree with you. I agree with you. Oh my goodness. Cool. I just got mine 2 days ago, beginner deck. Awesome. Awesome. Now let's see what happens in the next 6 months. Okay, here we go. Officially, we are back. Officially, we are black. 35. Marriage is not a matter of two halves, but of four quarters. Interesting. Uniting in balanced harmony of reciprocal fecundation. Binah and Chokmah are balanced by Hod and Netzach. There are goddesses as well as gods for man to worship. Boaz and Jachin are both pillars of the temple, and only when united do they produce stability. And by the way, if you don't know, if you look at the High Priestess card, that's why you see B and J on those pillars. One, the B means Boaz, the J means Jachin. All good, Elisha Eternal. I know that this is a late stream and this is also a long chapter, so hey, I completely understand. Do what you gotta do, man. This video will be here tomorrow and all week. Perhaps till the end of time. Perhaps. So, Boaz and Jachin are both pillars of the temple, and only when united do they produce stability. A goddessless religion is halfway to atheism. Yikes. A goddessless religion is halfway to atheism. Hey, if you're a feminist occultist, that's your quote. Take that quote and put it everywhere. And it's kind of funny, right? Because how is it that we have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? Where's the Holy Mother at? Like how did we accept that for thousands of years? Because when you go home from church, you not look as a man, you're not looking at a Holy Ghost. A godless religion is halfway to atheism. In the word Elohim, we find the true key. Elohim is translated God in both authorized and revised versions of the Holy Scriptures. It really ought to be translated God and Goddess. That's what Elohim really means. God and Goddess together as one. For it is a feminine noun with a masculine plural termination affixed. This is an incontrovertible fact in its linguistic aspect, at any rate, right? So she's not just saying like how she feels and oh, it's supposed to be like, no, literally, when you look at the language of that word, it means God and Goddess. This is an incontrovertible fact in its linguistic aspect, at any rate, and it is to be presumed that the various authors of the books of the Bible knew what they meant and did not use this peculiar and unique form without good reason. What came first, the Bible or Qabala? And the spirit of the male and female conjoined principles moved upon the surface of the formless, and manifestation took place. If we want equilibrium instead of our present condition of unequal stresses, we must worship the Elohim, not Jehovah. I don't remember that line being in there. She might have slipped that line in there because I thought I would have remembered that. Hmm. Hmm. If we want equilibrium instead of our present condition of unequal stresses, we must worship the Elohim, not Jehovah. So, my question to you is, have you gotten to the point in your work where you have structured a symbol for God and Goddess? Lord have mercy. 36. The worship of Jehovah instead of the Elohim is a potent influence in preventing us from rising on the plains. So, homie earlier asked that question. Let me scroll up, see if his name is still in here. I don't know, but he asked that question earlier about you know, they basically keeping us trapped or whatever, these forces that prevent us. Well, again, it goes back to these symbols and it goes back to our beliefs about the symbols. That is to say, something from obtaining supernormal consciousness as part of our normal equipment. For we must be prepared to shift our polarity as we shift level. Uh oh. And what does that mean to you, person listening? What does that mean to you? Let me read this again because this is very important. Because literally, she's going to talk to you about how to rise up, how to expand your consciousness. And it has everything to do with observing how these symbols are operating in your world, how you feel about these symbols, right? How you interpret these symbols and how you relate this stuff to yourself, right? So let's go over this right here. Pay attention. Michael Green, peace. Michael Green says Elohim Binah Saturn. Been studying Saturn and Shani heavy lately. Me too, my friend. Me too. And that's what makes me so grateful for this chapter. Look, 36. The worship of Jehovah instead of Elohim is a potent influence in preventing us from rising on the plains. As Jabal Hale said, that old demiurge, right? That old demiurge. Preventing us from rising on the plains. That is to say, from obtaining supernormal consciousness as part of our normal equipment. So you're supposed to be obtaining supernormal consciousness as part of your normal equipment. That's why I've been saying you should be developing psychic abilities by now, right? And if you haven't, that doesn't mean you're don't get FOMO. Don't be like, oh, I'm missing out. But I'm saying if you've been doing your work, whatever that work may be, if you've been doing your work to organize the symbols within your subconscious mind and what you're putting in front of your face every day, into your nose, into your mouth, into your ears, into your eyes, if you've been managing that with intention and not just haphazardly consuming everything that's being put in front of you, if you've been managing that, you should have started to obtain supernormal consciousness as part of your normal equipment, drip by drip, piece by piece, right? Piece by piece. But a big part of doing so involves as seeing whatever you consider God as not simply a male force, but a male and female force. Because how the hell can God be male? Where's the woman at? How can it be Father, Son, and Holy Ghost? Where's the feminine aspect? You've got to restructure your inner network, right? Your inner network has to make room for the feminine. Has to. The same way that you have a mother and father, that's why you're here. Without both, there would be no manifestation. And that echoes on the highest plane. That's literally what Kether is. And I hope that you're getting what I'm saying. This is not about any kind of agenda. This is not about any kind of social nothing. We're talking about forces here, cosmic forces here, right? We can leave all that human stuff where it belongs. But when you're talking about this cosmic stuff, there must be balance, right? So look, when you don't have that balance, you're limited in your expansion of consciousness just by default. Just by default. Because there's aspects of the masculine God that can show you things, and there's aspects of the feminine goddess that can show you things. But if you don't have a symbol, a healthy symbol of what that is for you, you're not going to get the downloads from one side of this polarity. Let's keep going. For we must be prepared to shift our polarity as we shift level. And she just got finished telling you that on the physical plane, you are a certain polarity. On the astral plane, you're the opposite polarity. On the mental plane, you're the opposite polarity. And on the spiritual plane, you're the opposite polarity. She just told you that. So look at what she's saying here. If you don't have the feminine aspect of God in your library, how are you going to shift polarities on the next plane? How are you going to do that? Even worse, if on the physical plane, you're female, and you don't see the female God. What does that do to you subconsciously? All right. Same thing with making Eve in the Garden of Eden this evil person who condemned all of us to hell. Right. So, uh, with that type of brainwash, how do you feel as a Christian woman? Right. It will subconsciously affect you as long as you hold on to that symbol. That's what she's talking about here. We must be prepared to shift our polarity as we shift level. So for the man, that means if you're doing astral work, guess what? It's a different polarity. If you're doing spiritual work, guess what? It's a different polarity. For what is positive on the physical plane becomes negative on the astral, and vice versa. Why? Because she just told you that at the top of the tree, it's positive, it's coming down. And the very next Sephiroth is feminine because it's receiving that. Now that Sephiroth makes a new one, and it's a positive relation to a negative, and it keeps going like that. So naturally, it would make sense if you're trying to go back up, you've got to follow that same process. I hope that you're getting this because this is a big key. This whole chapter right here is massive when it comes to information. Also, as practical occult work always involves the use of more than one plane. How many of y'all didn't know that, right? How many of y'all are doing magic just on the physical plane? That sucks, bro. Like I couldn't even fathom that. Anyways, look, practical occult work. And what does practical mean? Practical means it's going to affect your health, it's going to affect your finances, it's going to affect your relationships, it's going to affect your mental and your emotional state. She says practical occult work always involves the use of more than one plane, either simultaneously as in invocation and evocation. What demon do I summon? Or in succession, as when we correlate the levels of consciousness after psychic work. The negative factor must always have its place in our work, both subjectively and objectively. Because y'all know this, a ritual isn't just what you're doing physically. The ritual is what's happening before, what's happening during, and what happens after. That's the ritual. The physical is that's just the anchor, right? That's just the physical symbol. But something's happening on the astral plane too. It better be. Something's happening on the mental plane too. Better be. Because what kind of spiritual work are you doing if you haven't reached up to the spiritual plane? At least symbolically. Curve says, honestly, Trav, even with making mistakes, I'm seeing psychic changes, but it feels a lot heavier than when in control of elementals. Yes, yeah. Even when make like there is no mistakes. Like all of it is part of this process. There are no enemies. There's no mistakes. Yeah, things feel like mistakes for sure, but in the big scheme of things, it's all unfolding as it's supposed to. Really. And another thing, once the development starts, it doesn't go back. You can accelerate the expansion or you can slow it down, but it doesn't go back. Michael Green says the goddesses have been heavy lately. Hail Kali Ma, hail Lilith, hail Shakti. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hmm. Paul Singer says, what symbols are excellent? Hell, man, just look at your tarot cards. Look at the planet Saturn. Meditate on the image of planet Saturn. Meditate on this black egg. Meditate on that black egg. Hell, you could even try this symbol if you want. I would look into more Saturn related images. I would. I would look into Saturn related symbols. And don't be scared of what other people are trying to tell you these things mean. Find out for yourself through meditation. Benjamin 37 says, what you're saying is changing how I see my higher self. Changed everything. Hopefully, man, you're able to use this in a useful and appropriate way. J. Baldhill says, Lilith was Eve before consuming the forbidden fruit. Hmm. So perhaps we're talking about the virgin aspect versus the non-virgin aspect. Wait, the dark sterile mother versus the bright fertile mother. Because wouldn't Lilith be the bright fertile? Eve the dark sterile. All right, all right. It's rare that we go past the trek. Versus physical ritual, emotional ritual, mental ritual, and spiritual ritual. Got to get them aligned. Yes, yes. And there may be two of those rituals that happen automatically, subconsciously. And in that case, the key is making sure that you link them together, right? Perceptually, acknowledging that it's all part of the ritual. Benjamin says your sigil is definitely Gemini symbolism. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And see, there's an example of masculine and feminine. I had to work with a feminine partner to help me to channel that. I mean, I saw the beginnings of it in my head, but she made it perfect. Sometimes working together with other people is the best thing you can do. Curve says, when I saw Saturn as your screensaver months ago, I understood the way you were dressing. There we go, right? There we go. See, that's the thing, man. If you just observe the occult, everything is made clear. When you really study the stuff, everything is made clear. Okay, let's go. There you go. The worship of Jehovah instead of the Elohim is a potent influence in preventing us from rising on the plains. That is to say, from obtaining supernormal consciousness as part of our normal equipment. For we must be prepared to shift our polarity as we shift level. For what is positive on the physical plane becomes negative on the astral, and vice versa. Also, as practical occult work always involves the use of more than one plane, either simultaneously, as in invocation and evocation, or in succession, as when we correlate the levels of consciousness after psychic work, the negative factor must always have its place in our work, both subjectively and objectively. I mean, y'all might not remember this, but there was a time when, I don't know if it was Dion Fortune or Manly P. Hall talking about this, but when you're doing your ritual, you've got to acknowledge the angel above that's working in the opposite polarity and the elemental forces below that are working in the opposite polarity, right? Because if you're shifting things on one plane, you're gonna have to shift it on the other plane too. And that's why these Goetia spirits or demons or elementals or angels come into practice. Because you're doing a shift that isn't just on the physical. Oh man. Hey, here's what it is, man. 37. This again opens up new aspects of the subject. How many people realize that their own souls are literally bisexual within themselves? And that the different levels of consciousness act as male and female towards each other, right? So, look, this ain't even about anybody else. I know y'all love the twin flames and the soulmate and all that stuff, but this is all happening within you, within the soul, and how the soul connects with itself on different levels, states, not places. The astral plane is a state, not a place. The mental plane is a state, not a place. 38. Freud declared that the sex life determines the type of the whole life. Probably, fundamentally, the life as a whole determines the type of sex life. But for practical purposes, his manner of putting it is true. For while it is not possible to straighten out a tangled sexual life by operating upon life as a whole, for instance, no amount of wealth or fame is any adequate compensation if this fundamental instinct be thwarted. It is quite possible to straighten out the whole life pattern by disentangling the sex life. That's a powerful key that I'm sure many people who are dealing with that are not ready to hear. I'll read it again. It is quite possible to straighten out the whole life pattern by disentangling the sex life. This is a matter of practical experience and does not need to be reasoned from a priori grounds. No doubt it is, for this reason, learned by practical experience of the workings of the human consciousness, that the ancients made phallicism such an important part of their rites. Talking about the Shiva Lingam rites, and others that happened in Europe and in Africa, and fuck it, China too, or I should say Asia. Actually, it is a very important factor in the ceremonial aspect of the worship of moderns also. But recognition of the significance of the symbols employed traditionally has been repressed from consciousness. Curve says, when we understand the elementals, then we understand the states. It's possible because when you understand the elementals, you'll understand a state of existence that is subhuman, a state of existence that does not have a direct connection to the higher planes like you do as a person. And by matter of reason, you can start to understand the angels who don't have a direct link to the lower planes like you do. So that's why I said you're working with the angels and the elementals because you are the middle point of what they are. God's cat says, when I look back, it looks like an origami must sit on the aura if not undone. Twisted and tangled up, right? Pork Hill, peace, peace. I don't know if I said peace to you already. Freudian psychology supplies the key to phallicism and opens a door that leads into the adytum of the mysteries. There is no getting away from this fact in practical occultism, unpalatable as it may be to many, and it explains why so many magical enterprises are sterile. So there will be a lot of lingam phallus symbolism when it comes to practical occult work, and it's not the worship of the penis. What it actually is a symbol at the physical plane, right? You're doing the work of Chokmah on the physical plane, which means that you acknowledge that the astral plane is doing the work of Binah, right? The masculine and the feminine connect. The rituals are an act of cosmic sex. But remember what she said, it's not about sexual attraction and magnetic sexual attraction. It's about reproduction. Your rituals are about reproduction. And just look real quick, right? Phallic symbolism, masculine. Feminine symbolism, yoni, the cups, right? Phallic symbolism, piercing and penetrating, right? Feminine symbolism, the church. There it is right there on each plane, because this is the physical plane, this is the astral plane, mental plane, spiritual plane. It's reflected up and down. The symbols have always been in front of us. Boom. Curve says, duh, in a way, the angels are the deeper versions of the elementals to dumb it down, and it continues along the worlds of the tree in a way. Absolutely. Absolutely, right? Because, I mean, look at the LBRP. Raphael, Mikael, right? We're talking Gabriel, Uriel. They're representatives of the elements, but not like the elementals are. The elementals are the elements themselves. These angels are going to be more like the ace cards of the tarot deck, um, the seed of the elementals that came straight up out of Kether, right? Good stuff. Good stuff. Good observation. These matters are highly recondite secrets of the mysteries, of which we moderns have lost the keys. But the experience of the new psychology and its allied art of psychiatry has abundantly proved the soundness of the basis on which the ancients built when they made adoration of the creative principle and of fertility an important part of their religious life. It is a matter of well established experience that the person who has dissociated his or her sexual feelings from consciousness can never get to grips with life on any level. This fact is the basis of modern psychotherapy. In occult work, the inhibited, repressed person tends to unbalanced forms of psychism and mediumship and is totally useless for magical work in which power has to be directed and handled by the will. This does not mean that either total repression or total expression is necessary for magical working, but it does most emphatically mean that the person who is cut off from his instincts, which are his roots in Mother Earth, and in whose consciousness is, in consequence, there is a gap, cannot be an open channel through which power can be brought down the planes into manifestation on the physical level. So, look what she's saying basically is if you repress certain natural aspects, such as sexuality, right? Sexuality is not evil. And if you go about repressing it, right, burying it, detaching, separating from it, what you're actually doing is separating yourself from the roots of the tree. So to bring down power, it's not going to connect. Just like lightning has to go from top to bottom, it has to go from the clouds to the earth. It has to connect. But if you remove yourself based on how you have shaped these symbols in your relation to them, the power can't connect. And this same exact thing if you are over sexual, hypersexual, right? Because now what's happened with the roots? It's all over the place. So the energy won't be able to be channeled and utilized in a very specific manner. It's going to be all over the place, right? Now, look, what I'm saying is like, it's not even just the act of being celibate. It's why and how you feel about it. If you believe that sex is evil and the opposite sex is dirty and, you know, all that other stuff, those symbols that you've assembled in your subconscious mind, it's not an open channel for energy to flow. It's a closed channel. Of course, these things happen through trauma, but you're never ever stuck where you are. Curve says, I came to that understanding of sexual energy after being in another relationship and realized I wasn't being aware of my sexual energy was controlling me instead of me transmuting. Right, right. That's why I like the word sublimate. She mentioned earlier about sublimation of that energy. Of course, we all have certain feelings and impulses, but it's what we do with them afterwards, right? It's what we do with them afterwards. You can turn energy into any channel. Of course, one channel is easier, but others may be more useful and appropriate. Cybernet, peace and greetings. Right, and also, this doesn't mean just go out there and do all kind of things with everybody. Doesn't mean that either. It simply means organize how you are reacting to the symbol of what sex is, the symbol of sex itself. That's what it is. Okay. 41. I shall no doubt be abused and misrepresented for my frankness in these matters. But if no one will come forward and bear the odium of speaking truth, how is the wayfaring man to find his way in the mysteries? Are we to maintain a Victorian attitude in the lodge, which has everywhere been abandoned outside it? Someone must break these false gods made in the image of Miss Grundy. I'm not sure who Miss Grundy is. I am inclined to think, however, that any loss I may sustain on this account will be small, for it would not be possible to train or to cooperate with the kind of person who is thrown into panic by plain speaking. Do not let it be thought that I am inviting anyone to participate with me in phallic orgies, as it will probably be said that I'm doing. I am merely pointing out that the person who cannot see the significance of phallic worship from the psychological point of view has not got enough brains to be of very much use in the mysteries. I love it. 42. 42. Having given considerable space to the elucidation of the Binah principle, functioning in polarity with Chokmah, for not otherwise can it be understood. For it is essentially a principle of polarity. We can now consider the significance of the symbolism assigned to the third Sephiroth. Oh, great. Now we can get to it. Oh, thank you very much, J. Baldale. J. Baldale says Miss Grundy is a figurative name for an extremely conventional or piggish person. Left, extremely conservative. A personification of the tyranny of a conventional place. Mm. Yeah, I get an image of Miss Grundy. So the symbolism assigned to the third Sephiroth, this falls into two divisions: the Great Mother aspect and the Saturn aspect. For both these attributions are given to Binah. She is the mighty mother of all living, and she is also the death principle. For the giver of life and form is also the giver of death. For form must die when its use is outworn. Upon the planes of form, death and birth are the two sides of the same coin. I remember this girl going off on this rant online about how Saturn should not be considered masculine, but feminine only. And the Saturn aspect is a lie. And I listened before I wanted to say anything, but I don't know, man. It was all coming from a place of emotion and identification with matter. But it was interesting, right? But no, like she said a couple of verses ago, you must understand that Elohim means God and goddess together, not one or the other. A lot of people have built into their belief systems that one gender is better than the other. All men are trash, or all women are whatever. But you literally and technically don't have the authority to make that assessment. Because you got to think, out of 6, 7 billion people, how many men and women do you know, right? How can we make a judgment on the totality of a gender? How none of us have the authority to do that. Maybe someone that works with big data from seeing patterns and patterns and patterns, but We don't have the authority to declare one gender as better or worse than the other. But anyways, we're talking about thought processes of people who are definitely not reading this book, so it doesn't matter. Michael Green says Binah is the womb for the rest of the tree of life. Absolutely. In fact, Binah is a masculine force to the rest of the tree of life. Michael Green says Tiamat is the mother of all the other gods. Irv says, I know all of them. Well, hey, then you would be the type of person with the authority to make an assessment of which gender is better or worse. Hmm. 43. The mother aspect of Binah finds expression in the title of Mara, the sea, which is given her. It is a curious fact that Venus, Aphrodite, is represented as being born of the sea foam, and the Virgin Mary is called by Catholics Stella Maris, star of the sea. The word Mara, which is the root of Mary, also means bitter, and the spiritual experience attributed to Binah is the vision of sorrow. A vision which calls to mind the picture of the Virgin weeping at the foot of the cross, her heart pierced by 7 swords. We also recall the teaching of the Buddha that life is sorrow. The idea of subjection to sorrow and death is implicit in the idea of the descent of life into the planes of form. Wraith 636 says, studying Baphomet is what helped me find the balance within the masculine and feminine. Awesome. Awesome. Because now, understanding the balance, you can move forward in a more useful and appropriate way, as opposed to being influenced in a way that is biased, and in such closing yourself off from certain types of information. 44. The Yetzeretic text of Malkuth, already referred to, speaks of the throne of Binah. One of the titles given to the third Sephiroth is Corsia, the throne. That's a cool word, isn't it? Khorsia, Corsia. And the angels assigned to this Sephiroth are called the Aralim, which also means thrones. Now, a throne essentially suggests the idea of a stable basis, a firm foundation upon which the wielder of power takes his seat and cannot be moved. So, as you look at that line, think about this whole thing about the springboard, right? The throne is the springboard. So again, a throne essentially suggests the idea of a stable basis, a firm foundation upon which the wielder of power takes his seat and cannot be moved. It is, in fact, a thrust block, which takes the back pressure of a force as the shoulder takes the kick of a rifle. The great guns used for long distance ranging have to be bedded in a mass of concrete in order that they may resist this back pressure of the charge that drives the shell forward. You get that imagery? You see that? It's the resistance that allows something to be launched. Springboard, right? For it is obvious that the pressure on the breech of the gun must equal the pressure on the base of the shell when the gun goes off. This is a truth which our idealizing religious tendencies are inclined to ignore, with a consequent weakening and invalidating of their teaching. Binah, Mara, matter, is the thrust block which gives dynamic life force its secure basis. And we can see that because, like what was stated before, Binah exists when there is an accumulation of Chokmah. When that expression, when that masculine cosmic force is pushed out, it accumulates through time and space, and it becomes the feminine force that we know of as Binah. Now, because of that collection of data and force, something new springs out of it, right? Something now, check this out now. As was said before, the masculine force of Chokmah is just radiating out with no real direction. It's dispensed and dispersed. But now that the Binah state exists, that radiating force is contained, and now it's bouncing around inside of itself. And now it must become something new. The Divine 99, peace. God's cat says it's where it lays its lines, the throne for the crown to sit. Curve says bow and arrow. Exactly. Exactly. J. Bald Hill says light going into the eyeball. Interesting. I didn't put that one together. Hmm. I'll read this again. Now, a throne essentially suggests the idea of a stable basis, a firm foundation upon which the wielder of power takes his seat and cannot be moved. So, look, when you hear the matrix, when you hear prakriti, when you hear matter, this is what we're talking about. Throne. Malkuth is the kingdom. Kether is the crown. Bina, Mara, matter, is the thrust block which gives dynamic life force its secure basis. Just like what she was saying about atoms, right? We say that atoms are the basic building block of existence, but atoms are nothing but a state of energy held on to itself, right? Locked in a certain kind of rhythm. It's not even a thing. It's not even an actual thing. It's Binah at work. It is the ones and zeros of the matrix, and everything else is built on top of it, right? So this concept of form and things sticking together like this, that's the thrust block from which something new emerges. That's the throne. That's the throne. Watch the throne. 45. Out of the resistance to spiritual force, as we have already noted, and look at that, out of the resistance to spiritual force. So, like was mentioned before about Saturn, Satan. Satan is called the opposer, right? The opposer. That's what we're talking about. It's not a personal opposer to you specifically. You know, humble yourself. Even as she said here, there's no enemy, not to God. The opposer is in relation to the abundant force that's streaming out of Chokmah. If And that's the complete opposite. If you've got force streaming out of Chokmah, then of course there has to be opposition on the other side. That's what makes the battery run. That's the positive and the negative. That's the masculine and the feminine. Makes sense? It should make sense. Let's keep going. Out of the resistance to spiritual force, as we've already noted, comes the idea of implicit evil. which is so unjust to Binah. This comes out very clearly when we consider the ideas that rise up in association with Saturn slash Kronos. There is something sinister about Saturn. He is the greater malefic of the astrologers, and anyone who finds a square to Saturn in their horoscope regards it as a heavy affliction. Saturn is the resistor, but being a resistor, he is also a stabilizer and tester who does not allow us to trust our weight to that which will not bear it. You remember in the Bible where it talks about God doesn't give you more than you can handle, that kind of thing? It is an illuminating point that the 30-second path, which leads from Malkuth to Yesod, y'all heard about that 30-second path, right? It is an illuminating point that the 30-second path, which leads from Malkuth to Yesod, and is the first path trodden by the soul striving upwards, is assigned to Saturn. Uh-oh. I like that. Jay Baldale says, if Shiva is Binah and Binah is Satan, but Hanuman is the avatar of Shiva and the poster boy of Bhakti, then you do the math. Interesting. Interesting. I'd also like to point out that that's probably where the devil got his pitchfork from, right? Because the only other god, bullshit, going all the way back, Shiva with that pitchfork. Pretty sure that's where the devil got it from. The Christian devil. So yeah, the 30-second path, assigned to Saturn. He is the god of the most ancient form of matter. The Greek myth of Kronos, which is simply the Greek name for the same principle, looks upon him as one of the old gods. That is to say, the gods that made the gods. And what's the word for that? Y'all know it. The gods that made the gods. What do we call them? I know somebody here studies besides me. Well, if you don't know, this is what we call the gods before the gods, right? This is the title of those things. You guys remember that book, right? Boom. The Titans. The Titans. So, the Greek myth of Kronos, which is simply the Greek name for the same principle, looks upon him as one of the old gods. That is to say, the gods that made the gods. He was the father of Jupiter, Zeus, who was saved from him by a cunning device of his mother. For Saturn had an unpleasant habit of eating his children. You guys know the picture of the old, wild, crazy eyed Saturn eating his children. I like that. Kashigi says, interesting. The movie Hercules, when all the planets aligned, Hades summoned the Titans to overthrow Zeus. Oh, I I I don't remember seeing that movie, but now I want to go back and see what their depiction of the Titans looked like. So look, he was the father of Jupiter Zeus, who was saved from him by a cunning device of his mother. For Saturn had an unpleasant habit of eating his children. In this myth, we get again the idea of the bringer into life as the giver of death. As we have already noted, Saturn, with his reaping hook, readily becomes death with his scythe. It is very interesting to note the re-entrant curves of these chains of associated ideas in connection with each sephira. For we cannot but see how the same images crop up again and again in every train of ideas that we pursue. Even when we start from ideas as apparently divergent as the mother, the sea, and time. 46. To each planet is assigned a virtue and a vice. In other words, each planet may be, in the words of the astrologers, well or badly aspected, well or ill dignified. We cannot go through life without noting that every type of character has the vices of its virtues. That is to say, its virtues carried to extremes become vices. Its virtues carried to extremes becomes vices. So it is with the seven planetary Sephiroth. They have their good and bad aspects according to the proportions in which they are presented. Proportions. When there is lack of equilibrium owing to the unbalanced force of a particular Sephirah, we experience the evil influences of that Sephirah. For instance, Saturn ate his children. Death began to destroy life before it had fulfilled its function. No Sephirah, therefore, is wholly and solely evil. Not even Gibera, which is destruction personified. They are all equally indispensable to the scheme of things as a whole, and their relative good or evil influence depends on their being where they are wanted in the right proportions, neither too much or too little. Too little of the influence of a given Sephirah leads to unbalance on the part of its opposite number. Too much becomes a positively evil influence, a poisonous overdose. Uh-oh. When you see the verses about the tarot cards, you know it's about to wrap up. You know it's about to be over with. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Hey, I just want to say I appreciate you for being here. I hope that you are getting a lot of information that is useful and appropriate to you consciously. And I know that if you are paying attention in any capacity, you are receiving a transmission on the subconscious level, which sooner or later you'll connect the dots and put things together in ways that you never would have been able to think of. Just like myself, I've had about 7 breakthroughs just reading this chapter tonight alone. So, as always and every single time, I appreciate you being here, being a part of this, because it might seem like a monologue, like I'm just up here talking, but really this is a connection. This is a two-way thing. You get what I'm saying? This is a two-way thing. It's a battery. It's the positive connecting with the negative, creating a circuit of force so that that Kether spark can continually flow through. That's why Qabalah is given from mouth to ear. It cannot be given in just a book. It has to be taught. It has to. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I am grateful for you being a part of this. Hmm. 47. The virtue of Binah is said to be silence, and its vice, avarice. Here again, we see the Saturn influence making itself felt. Keats speaks of gray haired Saturn, quiet as a stone. And in these few words, the poet conjures up a magical image of the primordial age and silence of the Saturnian influence. Saturn is indeed one of the old gods and is concerned with the mineral aspect of Earth. He is throned upon the most ancient rocks where no plant grows. So if any of you live amongst the mountains, you got a real life symbol that you can utilize to access this force. Being a child of Saturn and knowing that Saturn eats his children, you can look him in the eyes with no fear because you understand that what you are can't really be eaten by Saturn because Saturn didn't create what you are. He created your body and your ideas and your memories, your attachments and all that stuff. But none of that stuff is you anyway. You are the soul spark that comes straight out of Kether. Hey, there's another t-shirt idea. Instead of straight out of Compton, straight out of Kether. Straight out of Kether. I need to write these down because I just be saying them. Sidhe boys and straight out of Kether. I'm sure my occult nerds wear it. Curve says Saturn can only eat the physical then. Saturn can eat the forms that it creates. Remember, Saturn is Binah also. Saturn and Kronos and Binah. So the symbology of the myth here is that, Saturn created his children, Zeus and Hades and Ares and all of them, but he ate them all, except for Zeus. And it's not really literally about this Titan eating its kids. It's about the fact that Binah takes the soul and creates a form for it. And in time, it will destroy that form. So instead of teaching all that, it was easier to give a symbol of this Titan eating its children. But see, it's when you realize that you are not his children to eat. Then he's just recycling what belongs to him anyways. Or Binah is just recycling what belongs to her anyways. There's one thing that does not belong to Binah, and that's the work. You need to find out what that one thing is. You need to find out what that one thing is, and then once you find it, you need to practice being it. Because one day, Saturn will consume your physical form. And if you don't know what you are outside of the physical form, well, then, you know what happens. You know what happened? 60 G's worth of gun clapping. Oh, wait a minute. God's Cat says he really is humbled once you look in his one eye, Saturn, and say, we know what you do down here in physical every time. Yeah. Oh, yeah. One eye. Oh, wait a minute. I think you just unlocked something else. Because we see that the symbology of Saturn, of Binah, is the yoni. Oh, terrifying. Now it makes sense. And of course, Saturn can be Father Time or the Great Mother. Let's continue with this text. Sage Page says, what time creates, time will destroy. Curve says, while also the one-sided face. Oh, man. Elashi Eternal says, still here. Got people that don't even know how many chakras they have. Trying to tell me about myself. Yeah, man. It's always those types. It's always those types, ain't it? But hey, you be the Chokmah to their Binah and convert them into something more useful and appropriate. Curve says one eye. I'll put this tidbit out there also. You know what? Because I don't wanna make it seem like it's me. Because I've been trying to tell you, I'm not making this shit up, man. This is what time it is. Look at the two titles of Chokmah. Excuse me, Binah. It says here that Binah is given two titles: Alma, the dark, sterile mother, and Ima, the bright, fertile mother. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. He who has an ear to hear. Where we at? 48. So we were talking about how Saturn is indeed one of the old gods and is concerned with the mineral aspect of Earth. He is throned upon the most ancient rocks where no plant grows. 48. It is this silence which has ever been held to be an especially desirable virtue in women. Be that as it may, and no doubt her tongue is her most dangerous weapon. Silence indicates receptivity. If we are silent, we can listen and so learn. But if we are talking, the gates of entrance to the mind are closed. It is it is the resistance and receptivity of Binah, which her chief powers. It is the resistance and receptivity of Binah, which are her chief powers. And out of these virtues comes the vice, which is constituted by their overplus, the avarice, which denies too much and would withhold even that which is needful. When this prevails, we need the generous Gijula Gibera, Mars, Jupiter influence to slay the old god, the slayer of his children, and reign in his stead. That's where we get Zeus and Ares, and honestly, Tiferet. 49. The magical symbols of Binah are said to be the yoni and the outer robe of concealment. The latter is a Gnostic term, and the former an Indian one, meaning the genitals of the female, the negative correspondence of the phallus of the male. This, the less well known term ketis, is the European equivalent. In Hindu religions, in Hindu religious symbols, the yoni and lingam appear with the greatest frequency, for the idea of life force and fertility is a prime mover in their faith. 50. The idea of fertility is the main motif in the aspects of Binah that manifest in the world of Asaya, the material level. Life not only enters into matter for discipline, but it also issues thence triumphantly, increased and multiplied. The fertility aspect, balancing the time death limitation aspect, is essential to our concept of Binah. Time death puts his sickle to the wheat of Ceres, and both are Binah symbols. 51. The idea of the outer robe of concealment clearly suggests matter, and the shrouding herein, of the inner robe of glory, of the life principle. How clearly do these two ideas taken together convey to us the concept of the body ensouled by the spirit, its inner robe of spiritual glory concealed from all eyes by the outer covering of dense matter? Again and again, as we meditate upon these mysteries, do we find illumination from the apparently fortuitous collection of symbols assigned to each Sephiroth. We have seen already in our study that no symbol stands alone, and that any penetration on the part of the intuition and the imagination serves to reveal long lines of interlacing connections between them. So the symbol of Chokmah is the inner robe and the rod, the staff. The symbol of Binah is the outer robe and the yoni. And remember what she just said here, the outer robe covers the inner robe. Matter covers and conceals the spirit. It's hidden. It is hidden, yet it instigates change. It instigates growth. It instigates fertilization and birth. 52. The four threes of the tarot pack are the cards assigned to Binah. And indeed, the number three is intimately associated with the idea of manifestation in matter. So here are your manifestation cards. Pay attention. The two opposing forces find expression in a third, the equilibrium between them, which manifests on a lower plane than its parents. So just like what is being said across this tree, when Chokmah and Binah meet, are fertilized, the birth given to the new life is on a lower plane, right? On a lower plane. Hmm. You've got spiritual parents. The two opposing forces find expression in a third, the equilibrium between them, which manifests on a lower plane than its parents. The triangle is one of the symbols assigned to Saturn as the god of densest matter. And the triangle of art, as it is called, is used in magical ceremonies when it is the intention to evoke a spirit to visible appearance on the mental plane of matter. For other modes of manifestation, the circle is used. So those of you who've worked with the Goetia, you know about this triangle of art. So 53, the Three of Wands. Let's take a look at this card. You see this? The Three of Wands? Very similar to the Two of Wands, if you remember the guy standing on his balcony looking out to the world. Well, now he's actually in the world, right? And what I like to point out is that he is holding on tightly to one of those wands. One of them is, well, the other two are behind him, right? He's standing in the middle of those two, as if he's the child being born into a lower plane. Interesting, right? So here you have this Three of Wands. Look at the colors. I wonder what path that relates to. We know that red is the color of Binah on the king scale. So it all lines up here. If you're gonna see red in these cards, it's because it's represented by the Binah, which is the three, right? So it all lines up. But I believe the yellow is Malkuth. I want to say it's Malkuth. So what it's literally talking about manifestation, expression, right? So there's your Three of Wands. AZW, peace, peace. Welcome, welcome. Let's look at what it says here about the Three of Wands. 53. The Three of Wands is called the Lord of Established Strength. Here again, we have the idea of power and equilibrium, which is so characteristic of Binah. Wands, be it remembered, represent the dynamic yod force. This force, when in the sphere of Binah, ceases to be dynamic and becomes consolidated, right? The matrix is formed and it is holding the spirit within. Curve said, in a way, it's talking about letting go also. Because it's looking into the past like an accomplishment, or I don't know how to explain. Okay, yeah. I think I get what you're saying. Let me know if this connects. Could it be like, say, when people maybe reach their peak in high school and it's like they always are talking about how they were the football champion or whatever, and it's like in their minds, the biggest thing they ever did was in the past, and they make sure to tell everyone about that, and they simply just don't ever live that down? You mean like that? So next, let's talk about the Three of Cups. And as you can see, these three wonderful ladies are celebrating. You got the color red again, and the color yellow again. On the king scale, the white is going to represent Kether. You know that. The yellow is going to represent the Malkuth. The red's going to represent Binah. Um, I don't know all the colors off the top of my head yet, but I will get there. So notice, right? And you can also see Roger, Thomas, and Santa. These are also the colors of Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Red, white, and yellow. Sometimes red, white, and black. But anyways, you got the motion of the ocean going on. Let's see what she has to say. 54. Cups are essentially the female force. For the cup or chalice is one of the symbols of Binah and is intimately allied with the yoni in esoteric symbolism. The Three of Cups is therefore at home in Bria. For the two sets of symbolism reinforce each other. The Three of Cups, which is aptly named abundance, represents the fertility of Binah in her series aspect. And I was just thinking, like after reading that before, that the name Series still lives on with the voice of the iPhone, right? Siri. And we, yeah, Siri, which also connects to Sirius. But anyways, one thing I wanted to point out is again, notice there's masculine, there's feminine. Well, the wands are the masculine force, right? And the three, Binah, is the feminine. And look, the cups are a feminine force. The three, Binah, is feminine as well. So it's going to be doubled, it's going to be amplified. This card is called abundance. But you'll notice the next card is most definitely not a time for dancing and swinging. In fact, let's take a look. Let's take a look. This is the Three of Swords. We know that that one's called sorrow. Now, see, some Elijah Eternal in the chat put the yoni. That makes me think here, right? Because the heart is being penetrated. However, this is not a happy situation. It's raining, right? Storming, in fact. And these swords penetrating the heart in this way indicates that something hurts badly. So here we again have the masculine within the feminine, but on a lower scale in the astral plane. And one thing we know about the astral plane is that it is unstable. And so is this feeling of emotional attachment. I need love, love. L says Saturn in Libra. Hey, hey, gold star for you. Absolutely. Saturn in Libra. That's the astrological significance of this card. Absolutely. In fact, what about those other two? So the Three of Wands, that's going to be the Sun in Aries. And the Three of Cups is Mercury in Cancer. I'm sure that has something to do with it as well. Wasn't no fun. How did that feel to you? He said, James, wasn't no fun. They did him like a dog. J Balvale says, double Saturn. Right? So let's look at what she has to say about this. The Three of Swords, however, is called sorrow, and its symbol in the tarot pack is a heart pierced by three swords. Our readers will recall the reference to the sword pierced heart of the Virgin Mary in Catholic symbolism. And Mary equates with Mara, bitter, the sea. Ave Maria, Stella Maris. Ave Maria. I once did a video ritual of that song many moons ago. 56. Swords are, of course, Gibera cards. Swords are Gibera cards, and as such represent the destructive aspect of Binah as Kali. So if the Three of Cups represented Ceres, the Three of Swords represents Kali, the wife of Shiva, the Hindu goddess of destruction. Destruction. Swing to the symphony of destruction. And Megadeth. Love me some Megadeth. Ouch. J Baldhill says the Thoth deck is the three swords plucking apart a rose. Yeah. There's a lot more to it. I'll say that, right? There's a hidden energy here. It's a painful energy. Wasn't no fun. Speaking of Cali, Zero is back in the building. Peace and good morning to you, Zero. Peace and good morning. You caught the end of the stream, but hey, I know you've been in the zone, doing your thing. So let's look at this last three. This is the Three of Pentacles. What's happening here? Well, dealing with threes, we have three people. You got this fellow who is the artiste, right? He's got his tool in his hand. He's got on that yellow robe, right? And he's got that inner robe and that outer robe. Remember that? All these cards had their red within yellow. And this is the card, of course, representing Malkuth. So you know the colors and the symbols are going to be a little bit more intermingled. That's a pretty cool thing. I wonder if people really dressed like this back then. I mean, the tarot illustrations are so interesting. Like, what time period is it supposed to depict, right? Like, at what time did people dress like this? Where did she pull this from? Out of control swag, man. Out of control swag. 57. Pentacles are cards of earth, and as such, are congenial to Binah form. The Three of Pentacles, therefore, is Lord of Material Works, or activity on the plane of form. 58. It will be observed that just as the planets have their influence reinforced when they are in those signs of the zodiac, which are called their own houses, right? So the tarot cards, when the significance of the Sephiroth coincides with the spirit of the suit, represent the active aspect of the influence. And when the Sephiroth and the suit represent different influences, the card is malefic. Hence why um, the Three of Swords is such a painful card. For instance, the Fiery Sword card is a card of evil omen when it finds itself in the sphere of influence and of Binah. L says Mars and Capricorn when malefics get together for productivity. Yeah. Wraith says their wardrobes were definitely interesting. I agree. Curve says, honestly, wish we still dress like that. I agree. Well, in my little multiverse, some of us still do. I don't know, man. It's a whole lot easier to throw on a couple of robes than to do other things. Ray says, you still dress like that. Might not be trendy, but it's your thing. Absolutely. I'm having a good old time. Some folks might think that I'm off my rocker, lost a couple marbles or whatever, but that's fine. I don't think that you can be wise in the occult and not have people think that you're crazy. I don't think it's possible. I mean, I think, well, no. I was going to say, I think my cousin does a decent job. But, he dresses pretty swagged up all the time. But I'm sure that when he starts talking about some of this stuff, there's some people that are like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? They always used to call my cousin the shoe man because he always had the freshest shoes. As soon as they came out, he goes to the shoe conventions and all that good stuff. But yeah, I don't think that you can because once you start really getting into the world of the occult, everything shifts about how you see the world, how you see the reality. And most people are going to see things as, oh, Trump this and Kamala that and the gays and the economy's going to crash and the devil and all this. Baphomet is the devil, right? And all this other. Everybody's going to see the same stuff that's been echoed and perpetuated on the lower levels of mind. But in occultists, we start to rise up and become less attached to any of these ideas. See, people are so invested and attached to their ideas that they identify with them, right? So if someone is invested and attached to the idea of Donald Trump being the savior of the world, when you attack that symbol, people feel like you're attacking them personally. So now they've got to stand up and fight. And I've seen it with my own eyes, right? I've seen parents and children stop talking to each other. Like I literally witnessed in person a Donald Trump fight. It went from an opinion to a fuck you, don't ever come to my house again. I saw it. Shit. But that's because people become so attached and identify with their beliefs and ideas and concepts that really, when you think about it, you're not talking to a person anymore. You're talking to a symbol that is wearing a person. Now, isn't that scary? A symbol wearing a person. I don't know about you, but I like to wear my symbols. And one of the things I do is I wear solid colors. I don't wear logos. I stopped wearing logos a long time ago. Symbols don't wear me. I wear them, and I wear them out. If they don't think I'm crazy, I ain't doing it right. And I seen it through the window of that house. I seen it. That's true possession, right? Right. All right, let's keep going though. Let's keep going. Cause man, that sucks. We were supposed to be having a barbecue and everything, man. Ribs was ruined. But now 144, right here, 144 Magnolia Street. I seen through the window of that house. They was in white robes. And finally, 59. And finally, to sum up, I have written of Binah at this length because with her is completed the supernal triad, and the first of the pairs of opposites. She represents not only herself, but also the functioning partners, for it is impossible to understand any unit on the tree save by reference to those other units with which it interacts and equilibrates. Chokmah without Binah and Binah without Chokmah are incomprehensible, for the pair are a functional unit, and not either of them separately. Me without the mic is like a beat without a snare. Chokmah without Binah, man, it's like the ramen noodles without the packet. Chokmah without Binah is like a keyboard without a mouse. I dare to tear into your ego. La la la. It's the way that we rock when we doing our thing. La la la. God's Cats says, like me without cats, just men. All right, listen, I need you to help me with something. Why are my cats shitting everywhere except the litter box? Shitting on the carpet, shitting in my bathtubs. What's going on with that? One of them even shit on my bed. So I've been having to wash this stuff and clean this stuff. Is there something I can do to fix that? Perhaps you have a springboard of information about cats. It's in your name, it's in your icon. I need help with that. Like with R. Kelly, I need help. What kind of help do you need? I need help not having a big heart. I keep trying to help people, but people keep double crossing me, and I keep forgiving them. Robert, I gave y'all 30 years. 30 years of my career. Robert, you're killing me, man. Is this camera still on? I want this camera to keep rolling. This is the first time that I've ever been able to tell my side of the story. This is not about music. Fight for my life. There's real girls out there. They really are on chains. Robert. Oh man, that was so condescending because she's calling his name like a bad little kid. Oh man. Trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America? To America. Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, do you want to come back with Rob to America? Oh my gosh. Oh, cool, cool. Put orange peels and cayenne pepper where you don't want piss. Or I don't want piss. All right. Well, I will experiment with that. Even though I love my cayenne pepper, I like my stuff extra spicy, but I will medium down on my food. If that means I don't have to clean up and sanitize cat shit every day. Elisha Eternal says cats, the only one with slit eyes besides reptiles. Yeah, I always found that kind of interesting, right? Because even big cats don't have slit eyes. That song is diabolical. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Curve says cayenne pepper on your bed is wild, though. Nah, I'm not doing that. I just don't let them in my room. Not at this point. Not after that experience. Because let me tell you, man, I found out the hard way. I would have never fathomed in my life that this would happen, right? So I found out the hard way. It was at that point I said, hey, get your ass out of my room. You ain't coming in here no more. You ain't coming in here no more. I'm not going through that again. You can kiss my ass, Deacon. You can kiss my ass and get off my phone. That's what you can do. Can I tell you one more thing and then I'm gonna let you go? This is nephew Tommy from the Steve Harvey Morning Show. You just got pranked by your daughter. Oh Lord. All right. So at this point, man, I'm just yapping off my favorite memes. Yapping off. I'm never saying that again. At this point, I'm just spewing forth my favorite memes. All right, that one's out of pocket too. At this point, I'm getting off of this live stream. We had a good read. A lot of interesting material here. Hey, I done ran through it a couple times. Hopefully, you have highlighted these lines and you will study them because there's a lot of enlightenment in this book, especially in this chapter. So I did my best tonight as far as breaking it down and scrutinizing like Hod on some of my choice lines. Hopefully, you do the same. This is one of those books that you do not read once, if you call yourself an occultist. This is one of those books you do not read once. So highlight so that the next time you come back around, you'll re-trigger um, what you've learned. All right. Kerr said, "When you senior cats get horny, do you look at your human form differently?" I don't think so. Think so. It's funny how it's like automatic though. All right. All right. All right. We are good to go. We are good to go. AZW says, my daughter in the 2C9H, second chapter, ninth verse, maybe. J Bald Hill says, Chesed Saturday. Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Robert, are you saying that everyone is lying on you? Absolutely. Absolutely. If you watch that interview, Gail, which I know you have, I absolutely did, you'll see that everybody said something negative about me. Nobody said nothing good. They was describing a monster. They was describing Lucifer. I'm not Lucifer. So, Robert, it sounds like what you're talking about is you're playing the victim. So you're saying that social media is to blame? I'm talking about the power of social media. If anybody wants to say something negative about me, they can just push a button on your take out your phone and push a button and publish a blog. All right, y'all. All right, let me get out of here. Let me get out of here before I recite the entire interview. Absolutely, absolutely. Ray says, "Poor guy was playing the scapegoat." I know, man. And as more of these events unfold, you'll start to see that there's more to the story, right? There's more to the story. But anyways, that's some human drama. It's very amusing, right? As far as me, useful and appropriate, I get a good laugh. When I see something that's really funny, it makes me laugh for a long time, and I'm still amused uh, by that video, but some other memes too. I love it, man. There's some things in this world that are just funny for various reasons, right? And not even laughing at, I'm not laughing at him or the situation. It's just, it's absurd. It's the whole thing is absurd to me. Cognitive dissonance makes me laugh. All right, everybody. This has been a wonderful episode. Wunderbar. So good. I'm happy, satisfied. Um, Thank you for being here once again. I appreciate you. You'll see me on Saturday as we continue with this. Maybe a few more videos. And if you don't hear from me, which you will, but if you don't, have a wonderful transition into this new year. You're definitely going to be emerging into a world that you could not have predicted because there's going to be some fascinating stuff. However, you can direct your steering wheel towards success, whatever that means for you. So don't worry about what's going on right now. Don't worry about any shortcomings. Don't worry about any pains. Don't worry about any of that stuff that might make it seem as if things aren't going to be okay. Understand that they are going to be okay. And even if they are okay right now, understand things are going to be even more okay than they already are, right? Understand it, aim towards it, live every day as if you understand that you are already saved, so to speak. Remember what she said about faith? And she talked, what was the word? Antinomianism, or whatever that was. It's nothing that you can do to be saved by God. It's nothing you can do to get salvation. It's when you adopt it as an identity, when you understand that your soul is already saved. Now, the body, we know where the body's going. Locked up, won't let me out. We know that where the body's going, but the soul, man, the soul. All right, all my elementals are winners. All of my YouTube family are winners. Not the haters, though. They're not winners. That's why they hate. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. Love you all. Have a very, very splendid next couple of days. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace. Oh, that's a good one. Meditate on the nativity. Yeah, that's a really good one, actually. And interesting, right? I know I'm supposed to go, but the nativity, right? With Mary and Joseph, and then the baby. And see, what you're thinking is, you're thinking Mary and Joseph and the baby. But see the baby right there? Isn't God the Son also God the Father, right? So it's Mary, Joseph, and the baby. Interesting. Okay, all right. Yes, that has escaped my radar, but now I am aware. Gotcha. All right, y'all. Have a great night. I got some church's chicken.